In other words, it wasn't a significant part of this research discussion, which direction, how much it rains. It's probably a climate condition too, how much it rains, which direction water would flow, where does it get, microtopographically trapped, so on and so forth. Flood happens.
Yeah, I'll add to that. The big kind of climatic component here is the monsoon, and basically the river has a large floodplain that's pretty seasonal, that fills up during the monsoon, and then at the edge of that, at a certain level, at the edge of that floodplain, is where most of the official kind of capital planning stuff begins. And there are some issues with encroachment on the floodplain as well. There's some informal settlement and building within that floodplain, which is having some flooding issues. And then the kind of Najafgar side of the city that we're looking at is also largely pretty flat, with just a few meters down to the drains, I believe.
If there's no other question, or Horacio.
Just one question. Do you think that the climate change has affected those patterns, the rain patterns and the flooding patterns?
Yeah, the some of the 100 or 500-year flood estimates, as is the case in a lot of parts of the world, are kind of changing and being met more frequently. So the level at which everything was planned for, with respect to the riverbank, might not be appropriate in the future.
I actually did a presentation about this, just like the ones that were used to introduce you all to Delhi, but we did not have enough time right now. But I can definitely share a link for that presentation below in the description, below in the chat.
Okay, Nick, I believe you're going to share the presentation for Najafgar. Or Sean?
Elliot will be.
So this is the first of the two sites that we have been working, this typological stretch of the Najafgar drain, to understand the urbanity and the relation between the city and the different fabrics of the city along the drain. So this is a kind of typological stretch from which we hope to get some lessons that can be applied more generally. So thank you, the team.
All right. So yeah, as mentioned, we're working on the Najafgar drain section that you saw earlier of the city, starting with some research there. Oops. Let's see. So this is a satellite view of the kind of area we're working in. And you can notice some interesting density patterns just from the satellite views. The two main neighborhoods here are Niloti and Vikaspuri, and some of the main differences are you can see the amount of green space on one side divided by the drain to the much more dense conditions in Niloti. This site's also kind of at the edge of some of the urban growth in Delhi, where you can start to see the edge of the agricultural lands to the west. Here's some a basic idea of the section through the drain in this area. Most of it in this area is concretized and has two channels, one being the main Najafgar drain and one being the supplementary drain. And often is the case that on one side, the Vikaspuri side, there are much more formal apartment settings, and on the other side, much more informal communities. But what they share often is this kind of neglect for the drain in the middle. Here's some photos from the Niloti side where you can see the pretty dense conditions and much more informal building typologies. And another issue on this, particularly on this side of the site, is some of the infrastructural needs. There's a pretty underserved area in terms of the water supply and sewage coverage. So you end up with a lot of conditions of trash and sewage along the streets in this side of the site. Here's a view of the drain we were able to find, where you can see on the kind of bottom left side is the Vikaspuri neighborhood, and on the top right is the Niloti side, with all of these various barriers between the actual neighborhoods and the drain itself. And on the Vikaspuri side, here are some of the more formal, a little bit less dense apartment buildings. I'll quickly go through because we've seen this. There's a lot more families crammed into smaller apartments in these areas, and some larger sizes of households, and this kind of housing shortage upcoming that we've been mentioning, and a lot of migrants, a lot of these migrant workers are in this area. And then some of our analysis, we found some major divides along the drain through our site, including the parkland that's available is mostly on this Vikaspuri side. The usage of groundwater, which often occurs when there's a lack of sewage infrastructure, is almost all on the Niloti side of the drain. And of course, that goes with the sewage, the official sewage coverage there. It's the same thing. And through a bunch of these different studies in this area, we found a pretty clear pattern of the lines that divide this site, both infrastructural and socioeconomic, and more things like that. And as well, here's a map of some of the difficulty in accessing public transportation. You can see it's much more easy on this south side of the drain. And I'll let Elliot get into some of the kind of 6 main strategies we took for trying to address some of these issues.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. So I'm going to quickly present our 6-part kind of master plan vision. So the first is a decentralized infrastructure system. So this would be a plan based on the population density and available area to decentralize infrastructures of waste collection and sewage treatment into these kind of scaled localized structures. This allows a more efficient and resilient system of dealing with infrastructure and these different kind of systems. And one of the goals of this is to then create a kind of microeconomies based on the product from each of these systems, with the creation of energy, revegetation, the cleaning of the drain, and these kind of based on the product of these different systems. So this is a kind of mapping of a potential idea of what these local boundaries could be with a decentralized infrastructure system. So then it's our strategy for mobility and connection works with these series of green streets or green arteries, which are reducing mobility to create a slower and more pedestrian-friendly kind of lineage, along with a revegetation strategy along the streets. Then in terms of housing, we're looking similarly to the localized infrastructure to create these sequences of affordable housing units, which follow the green arteries as a sequence of these public spaces. So this was an analysis of current housing conditions, the need for different affordable housing units, and an application which Nick will present later on.
So in terms of our water strategies, we looked to find a kind of some infrastructural areas that we can take advantage of. Let's see. So the existing system, as I mentioned in this area, the drain is actually doubled up with this supplementary drain that runs alongside it for a period of time. And this kind of originates from some of the more agricultural areas in the Magashpur drain, is fed by some more local drains, including the Niloti drain, and continues on to the northeast area here before it rejoins the Najafgarh drain eventually. So what we've proposed is based on a few details we've found in the infrastructure here, we can actually isolate the supplementary drain and start to use that as an example of cleaner water that runs in parallel to the Najafgarh drain. So the first step in doing this is a couple places where we can isolate the supplementary drain from the Najafgarh, such as this one. Let's see if it'll switch. And secondarily, the main advantage we found is the Niloti STP, or sewage treatment plant in this area, is only running at 30% of capacity in its current state. And combined with the new decentralized infrastructural systems that Elliot was talking about, we can really take advantage of this capacity to use to clean that isolated water of the supplementary drain. And finally, the third spot where we need a small infrastructural move or ground moving move to continue this isolation of the now clean supplementary drain running in parallel to the polluted Najafgarh drain. So that's going to create this section where there's these two kind of realities alongside each other. That was able to be done by those three relatively small infrastructural moves, and that in our urban vision we're arguing that with those small moves that can kind of show a new experience with a drain that is clean, directly in contrast to the Najafgarh drain, which is currently dirty or polluted. And we think that can start to drive a larger change in the treatment of the drains. So here's a broader look at the system there with the new clean drain being cleaned by the existing sewage treatment plant and some of the systems that would go into that.
Next is connecting public spaces. So with this new clean drain, we're proposing a linear park that connects some of these larger green spaces on the site and start taking advantage of the green street strategy to connect across the river with the series of bridges, and other public spaces. So this is kind of just a visual of the different kind of sequences that we're planning to connect at a larger scale, really centralizing the drain as a public, along public space. And finally, in terms of heritage, Kareem will talk about this project, looking at the Hastal Minar, kind of a forgotten historical heritage site. And this linear park will also allow to connect this back into a larger context of the whole linear park. And so this is a synthesis of our strategies coming all together to democratize Niloti's public space by using a strategy of centralizing the Najaf Garden secondary drains.
Thank you. This is the general strategy that we will go in detail through 4 test projects, but we'll stop here for some questions and comments and critiques.
I have one question. Well, first a comment. I think it's very clever to separate those 2 drains. Why is that one sewage treatment plant only operating at a fraction of capacity?
My understanding is there's a lot of sewage treatment plants actually within the city that are not using their full capacity because there were some big projects to make to build up a lot of capacity within sewage treatment plants, but the actual kind of piping and those types of infrastructures to actually collect the sewage was never really finalized, and so that's particularly a case in this neighborhood where just those actual infrastructures that go to where people actually live, particularly in unauthorized communities, is not there to make use of that treatment plant.
Okay, so rather than like doing the piping and making that infrastructure, you're proposing to take that drain and treat the drain.
Yeah, and part of that is in tandem with some of Elliot's work on the decentralized infrastructural systems, because our argument is that a centralized system where you have to build out all the pipes to get to a big sewage treatment plant like the Niloti one is not really appropriate for the type of settlements and neighborhoods that we're dealing with here. And of course, Elliot can expand on that more on it for his project.
Great.
Sorry to jump in, Russ. Just one other thing to add to what Sean was just and how he was answering your question. In our conversations with the Delhi Jal Board over the last many years of working with them, we were clearly told that the departments in the government and the ministers who authorize these kind of heavy infrastructural hardware projects, like the making of the new sewage treatment plants, often are not speaking to the ministers who need to organize the simultaneous upgradation of slum housing, because that's much more contentious. Who owns the land? Who will pay for the housing? And so often that lack of conversation and communication between 2 different arms of the government is also a problem, because as you know, in many countries, the corruption is also fueling big infrastructure. You can make a lot more money making big infrastructure projects, and there's much less money to be made than when you do the painstaking work of resettlement and organizing proper housing.
And then the strategy of the Delhi Jal Board, that is a kind of reverse strategy that goes from the sewage treatment plant to the interception of the drains. So the drains that are arriving to the Najafgarh drain are being intercepted and taking the water to the sewage treatment plant. And from there, they will be continuing the interception of the sub drains until eventually piping the neighborhood. So in this case, most of the neighborhood of Niloti doesn't really arrive to the sewage treatment plant. And therefore, there's half of the capacity of the sewage treatment plant that is not being used. So the proposal of the team is to make immediate use of that sewage treatment plant by treating the supplementary flow. And then the analysis of the team regarding the implementation of the Niloti treatment, the Niloti switch, the identification that Elliot will discuss later about the size of the streets and the difficulty to place a whole conventional big piping infrastructure in this kind of informal neighborhood, and an alternative to work in a decentralized way.
I have a question. I'm just curious. Two questions. One is, why is the supplemental drainage parallel to the drain system that perhaps existed before? That's number one. And number two is, during the monsoon season, will the water level go up so those two gets mixed one way or the other? I'm just curious.
My answer to this is firstly why it was built next to it. I'm not 100% sure. I believe it had something to do with adding capacity, which particularly during the low flow non-monsoon seasons doesn't quite make sense because they're not really interconnected. But I believe during the monsoon season it may overflow that central the spine that's blocking them, that's dividing them, and therefore mix. But during the monsoon season, that flow that extra current is healthier than during the non-monsoon monsoon season, when it's much more stagnant and prone to pollution. But Pankaj and Iñaki, if you know the history of this part better, feel free to add.
Iñaki, perhaps I can come in, not to answer this question. So if Pankaj or you has something to add to that, I'll stop. But I wanted to come in before. So let me just ask you first if you want to come back, and otherwise I'll jump in.
Oh, very quickly, the supplementary is an increase of capacity, and then the creation of a course of drain for the north part of Delhi. But please, Catalina.
It was more of a comment from listening to the questions and from listening to the dialogue or to the conversation, from the point of view of somebody who's trying to work with the government in Delhi and in India and in South Asia, in how to support the development of these massive mega cities. And it's not just Delhi, but it's Dhaka, it's Karachi, it's Mumbai, it's all of these large 15 million and over super dense cities, which have grown to that completely in an unplanned way. So while there are master plans, beautiful master plans for all of these cities, the actual development has taken place in a completely unplanned and haphazard way. And it is essentially informal, completely informal, very low sort of income levels in a lot of these areas, and so what perhaps one would think as the logical way, linear way of building, of fixing, where you address the first, like you start by the bottom and you start building up on things in a logical way, is not necessarily the way that you get any impact. When you add the gaps in infrastructure and what needs to be built, with how you maintain what is there and what you're trying to build, with the governance structure and the lack of resources and the informality, it becomes a mess that you really need to sort of break down into smaller chunks, or I think it's very, very hard to proceed. So I just want to sympathize with the efforts of this team to present ways in which you can incrementally improve the conditions in an area, demonstrate that improvement can come. This is what we have been trying to do, and we've worked with Iñaki and with others in this way in other cities, really just showing that you can begin to make progress in a way, perhaps not the optimal way, there'd be other better ways of doing it in other contexts, but the context is so complicated that you really need to sort of break it down into smaller pieces and to advance with that. So I think it's, so it's very nice to see this. I don't know the areas in Delhi that we're working on, but the large drains that are flooded with informal settlements, with waste that overflood during the monsoons, where people die. We have children playing in the middle, where there's absolutely no service, there's no governance, there's no structure. That is very typical of all the South Asian cities. And so I think this is a very nice attempt or a way to begin to move in the right direction and to transform the opinions of people to know that there is a possibility of change.
Catalina, if I may, first of all, thank you for that comment. But if I may just quickly add, I think as a citizen of New Delhi, what we have witnessed is in 1962, when we had the first master plan of Delhi, and actually the last master plan of Delhi that was really prepared by urban designers and planners, we had 30 or 40 years where there was no engagement with civil society to prepare new master plans. And by the mid 1990s, the vacuum has been filled by commercial real estate development. And you know that the interests of politicians and commercial real estate developers are often not the interests of a civic or an egalitarian or a democratic city. So actually what Iñaki and I are trying to do with these series of studios is to occupy that middle ground where we at least can articulate these visions, which actually nobody in Delhi has ever seen before, because no one invests that time, and let that be part of the conversation. So that's actually been our intention.
Yeah, I wanted to say also, Iñaki, and that I like the piece. The piecemeal approach that Catalina was talking about, but also kind of the realistic approach, right? Let's do what we can and solve the pieces that we can solve. My question, and also add to the question that about why the plan was not working. And I mean, this is something that we see in most of the countries that we work with. There's a big problem with maintenance. It's very easy to build something, but it's very difficult then to operate it and to maintenance and to find the resources to do it. So that's a very common issue. I don't know if that plays a role here in this particular plant. But my question was also related to the solid waste aspects of line of infrastructure. I don't know if you guys are going to talk later, but what is the realistic approach to it? I mean, if it's not being done today, what is going to be changed? How is going to be done so it can start working? And that was my question. If you're going to address that later, you can answer that later.
Yeah, so that is something we'll be addressing later. But just generally, taking a decentralized approach essentially means that you're localizing solid waste and sewage management. And in terms of incrementality, it helps realize piece these at smaller scales and build up to larger kind of treatment systems. So the localized approach is kind of tactical, where it's taking more a local, like, volunteer-based maybe collection system. It depends highly on the conditions of the area. For example, Muloti is has very tight kind of street conditions, so larger trucks can't get through to collect garbage. So these smaller localized approaches help kind of develop a system that can be applied at a larger scale and can be expanded. And then maybe in the future, if these start working, there can be a more municipal approach using the same techniques.
Okay.
Maybe we can go and see what are the specific examples of implementation of these strategies in the green spine of the Najaf Garden Supplementary and the recovery of the civic hub of the only heritage site along the Najaf Garden, that is the Hastal Minash that was described. So we have two test projects to be presented and followed by a discussion by Sean and then Karim.
All right, yeah. So I'm going to be expanding on the cleaning of the supplementary drain and the kind of redevelopment of this area as a ecological spine with a test project on how we engage with this space. So the site I selected for this project is within the same area as one of the new housing centers and decentralized waste centers that Nick and Elliot are going to be working on to show how all of these systems interact within a pretty standard slice of these drains. So the satellite image here shows these are pretty typical conditions along the two drains within this area. So again, you can see the kind of huge divide that the drains create between the Vikaspuri and Niloti neighborhoods, where one side is much less dense with more open and green space and more kind of formalized development, and the Niloti side is a little bit more dense and a little less formal. But what these two sides do have in common is this kind of utter rejection of the drains. You see, I've just drawn some lines to show like there's various levels of walls and a kind of big unused area that often collects a lot of trash between the neighborhoods and the drain themselves. So in looking at some photos here, you can see again the lack of connection with the drains to the neighborhood, and this kind of zone in between them that divides the drains from the neighborhoods. And the existing plan section shows that high degree of concretization and channelization of the drain, where they've been where this drain, which was originally a natural flowing river, has been straightened and kind of filled with concrete on the bottom. And all this control does have the effect of increasing the current velocity during floods, which has the biggest impacts downstream, as well as kind of destroying the natural riparian processes that happen along the banks of rivers. And to look at the mobility systems around this, the existing system kind of farther supports the division along the drain, where the roads feed into these major roads that go along the drain but are not crossing or connecting to it very much. And so this project is based on the assumption that the problems that Delhi faces with its drains and its water bodies in general are more than just infrastructural. They're obviously largely infrastructural, but due to a couple things, like some of the colonial history with public space during British occupation, the move away from the connection with waters we've talked about, and some of the brute force infrastructure, like the channelization of the drains, has kind of caused it's caused Delhi to lose its concept of its water bodies as the commons, which I'll talk about here. And here's another photo to just reinforce that kind of loss of its water bodies as a communal space. This quote, the inability or unwillingness at the international and national scale to sustainably manage natural resources has renewed interest in the concept of the commons, which are cultural and natural resources, including natural habitats and systems available to all of society. The institutional capacity for self-government, collaboration, and sharing is emerging as a potential key to achieving resilient cities. This quote's from Professor Hover and Alex Wall at University of Virginia in their book. Kind of restoring Delhi's drains as that idea of the commons is going to be key to not only their recovery but the stewardship and that kind of maintenance of the drains. And to achieve this restoration, this developing of a small section of the drain will be important because it presents a different way for residents of Delhi to imagine their city. So Bender and Thomas theorize about urban imaginaries, saying the city as a field of experience as well as the way social and physical space is imagined and thus made into urban culture. Our claim is that the city is located and continually reproduced through such orienting acts of imagination, acts grounded in material space and social practice. So that project, this project of cleaning one of the drains and engaging with it, will provide a new way for residents of Delhi to have that urban imaginary that of the drains as the commons. So this project explores the kind of engagement and invigoration of the commons through a bridge connecting the two neighborhoods, through the ecological spine that the two drains are now a part of. So this asks if a bridge can be more than just kind of a direct line from point A to point B, but if it can be a space within itself to engage with this new commons. So as a quick reminder of the system that allows this to happen, right here is the diversion of the supplementary drain through the unused STP capacity, creating this second cleaner drain, and that's what we start with here. And then the second step in this is the recovery of the banks and the central strip along the drain to be used as a public green space. Then connection is formed by continuing the trajectories of major streets into the central spine, leaving a kind of leftover space for which people to meet and use the central and engage with the central spine here. And that creates a new kind of system and diagram of mobility that's stitched and connect with the drain rather than avoiding it, as we talked about before. And within these spaces made by the kind of offset bridge, there's opportunities for these little zones where one can engage with the water and have a public space. And here in the section, you can see some of these spaces engaging with the water. Let's see. So this quote, the most interesting spaces on rivers are those right on the riverbank. To sit by the river, dangling one's feet in the water, watching the fish and the play of the current is one of life's simple pleasures for children and adults alike. one of the areas of that I looked at was a kind of lack of ability for people that live in this area to even have any experience or notion of the really natural processes of rivers. So that's going to be a goal of this project, is reintroducing an experience of these natural processes in this area. Part of that happens through using these areas in the interstitial spaces to reintroduce some of the natural current dynamics that used to be in the Sahibi River before the drain was channelized. And so these can recreate kind of an idea of what how rivers are supposed to act, as well as change some sedimentation and reintroduce some of the natural ecology that's supposed to be here. And so with that, these are some of the types of spaces that'll be provided for residents to actually engage with this new cleaner water and really get to experience how it works. And that's the end of the presentation. Thank you for listening, and I'll head over to the concept board for discussion.
No, actually, we'll jump into Kareem's presentation and then head into discussion.
Okay, I will stop my share then.
Kareem, can you share your screen?
Just give me one moment.
Crane, I think you need to close first and then you can. Under view.
So sorry about that, y'all. Hello, my name is Kareem, and I'm going to talk today about this test project which involved looking at a series of steps from our master plan stage, which initially focused on this idea of system of green streets that stitch together interventions along the waterfront with existing green spaces and parks deeper within the neighborhood. The development of this network of streets also encourage this emergence of nodes within the neighborhood along the green streets and their intersections. The approach of this approach offers both a general texture for unifying the neighborhood, as well as opens up specific sites for more targeted interventions. These nodes can play hosts for various much needed programs, such as infrastructure, more intentionally developed, better quality housing, like we've been talking about. I'm choosing to share this with you all today because one existing site that emerged as an opportunity to provide a specific monumental node within a broader development network is this Minar, and I created this sketch when I saw it because I was like, I really wanted to do something around it, but I wanted to involve the people around it somehow. And I didn't think about destroying anything. I just wanted to add instead of subtracting. But the current condition of the Minar, hidden within a jumble of haphazard slum development, exemplifies the condition of many India's historic monuments in context of rapid urbanization. For example, by 2030, 40.76% of India's over 1 billion citizens are projected to live in urban areas. Many of them living in unofficial and often poor quality housing like what is surrounding the Minar right now. Excavating around the Minar, at the bottom left, you see the site plan. Offers the opportunity for both the reveal of this heritage site and to create a public space offering civic infrastructure, marketplaces, and services to the residents of the neighborhood. These diagrams show the development strategy, democratized central space around the Minar with smaller courtyards echoing the rhythm of the existing fabric. As I mentioned earlier, this newly opened public space and integrated it into an existing network of an urban street where these steps are opening up to the street right in front of it to offer for a more comfortable and well-developed urban street. The program distribution strategy is layered across 3 floors. The ground floor, which would be public markets, and then above neighborhood services, and then on the top floor, the civic amenities. Moving on to the plans, the ground level consists of public courtyards surrounding the Minar, indoor markets, permanent market spaces. The second floor provides neighborhood services, including clinics, a laundry room, a daycare, wrapping around a screen corridor looking in on the Minar. The third floor offers various civic amenities such as exhibition spaces, gathering, restaurants, and cafes. Here, in the sectional perspective, we see this strategy of the street approaching the site through this newly developed pad-style market street. And then I would like to end with this. This is an aerial of the condition of the relationship between what is around the Minar and what is placed around the neighborhood in terms of materiality as well. The intervention tries to sink in into the context and give all the power to the Minar Whereas on the other side, facing the neighborhood, it's trying to welcome people in by using this fritted glass, not so that there isn't not much privacy, but allows for some transparency into this public service building intervention. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Kareem. I can share my screen to jump into concept board for the discussion.
Unfortunately, I can keep sharing my screen because I couldn't upload anything onto concept board as of now.
So now we should move to have a discussion, comments, and receive your feedback from these two first projects, the recovery of the public space of the drain of Sean, and then the connection with the drain of the only piece of heritage, the Mogul heritage by Karim, and this civic node for Hastal Minash, the other huge informal settlement along the drain, the Najafgarh drain. And Karim, can
I can start if y'all.
We need Monisha to share the concept board. Karim.
Quick question. What is the history and the cultural significance of the Minar?
The Minar was originally built by the Mughal Empire in the 17th century. I've read that it has been used as a hunting lounge or a place where you kind of has something to do with gathering. At the same time, it has to do with power. But it was known to be very similar to another Minar, the Qutub Minar, and the Mughal emperor who built it made it sure that it was resembling that Minar, and they actually call it the mini Qutub Minar, which I thought was very interesting, since it's very unutilized, as you saw from pictures.
Karim, can you stop sharing?
Yes.
And we go to the concept board, Monisha. Thank you. So please, Ras, Horacio, Catalina, Kentaro, Andrea, we are open to your comments and questions and critique. And we can move to one or the other through concept board. Monisha, you will.
So let me go first.
Sorry, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen now, Monisha. Horacio, sorry.
Yeah. So again, I'm gonna talk about the canal one. I said that I really like the idea of this, the realistic approach of it. I just have a couple of questions to see. First, one comment, right? If I love the idea of opening it to the public. That is something that we always want to do, and to create a new public space around this. But that has its benefits. But the problem is that if the water is not really clean and is not really safe, you are opening the space also for some kind of unexpected and unwanted results there, right? So you have to balance that. So my question is, do we know that all the discharges that this canal is receiving are just sewage and they're going to be treated in this plant that seems to be like a maybe primary treatment plant? It's going to be, there are no chemicals in it. Does the team think that this is a safe space, that, chemicals are not there, so we're going to be able to open it for kids and everybody to cross and play in that space? That is my first common question.
Yeah, so supplementary drain mostly comes from that kind of more agricultural area before it gets into this neighborhood. So I think that's one of the things that makes it a little easier to take control of. It doesn't have as long of a time that it's going through really dense urban areas as the Najafgar drain does. So by separating it, it already starts a little bit safer. And then of course the STP cleans it more, as well as I believe there's a strategy from a current or a former student in this project that was working on these sewage treatment plants and introducing some marshlands and some other measures to continue to clean the water. And we were considering kind of collaging that into this project and using some of those approaches to further treat the water here.
Great. So something that the team may explore then is that, I mean, it depends on what type of agriculture you have. If this is just, it's domestic, or if this is kind of commercial, you may have pesticides in it that go directly into that body of water. So that is something that maybe could be part of, if that is small enough and it's kind of at the same scale, the team may think of, okay, how can we deal with that? Is there any way to control and maybe change the practices with those in those agricultural places? I mean, that is something that could be also part of the project, in order to make sure that you are dealing with the organic content, but you are also dealing with the chemical one.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly needs some to go look at those details even closer on what the water quality would actually be.
I have some questions, comments, I would say, relative to what I was asking earlier. I think the experience of water changes based on the level of water, how much the water fluctuate over seasons or time, right? And so, right now the presentation assumes it's the water is always there at a certain level. But I think when the level goes down, especially when the water, I'm starting to get a sense that when the level goes down, that it's an issue, number one. And then associated with that, I'm kind of thinking about the capacity of water treatment plant. In other words, there's going to be some limitation. It's not like, you can take the entire one and at the exact same flow rate, they can treat it and discharge back into the supplemental, into the other side as a clean water. So I think the strategy probably would be something that takes portion of the water and bring the water, clean water, mixed into the existing water to bring the level up, as opposed to treat everything, right? And I think the key here also is, and somehow between those two, you might be able to control the water level at least to the certain distance, and perhaps that could then be tied into the way you you strategize the engagement, human activity, right? The engagement with water and so on and so forth. So that's kind of one level of comment that I have. And the second is a little bit more complex, where you have two parallel conditions and one's dirtier than the other. But is there, in order to maintain or control the water level, can you take one side of water from one side and bring it to another? Something like that. Again, a strategy. Or maybe again, you can introduce a cleaner water into the other side to dilute the toxicity or something, and make it productive. I think this is a very unique situation. I'm now kind of deciphering this as the main drainage got concretized. So the only way to add capacity is to do another one instead of making the original one larger, right? So there's this. I think it's a very unique condition. Perhaps the result of the bureaucracy, messy bureaucracy, I guess. But how do you take advantage of that condition? I think you guys are starting to do it in a really interesting way. I was wondering if there's a way to sort of engage this timeline, season, water fluctuation, and the two parallel condition that could be not exploited, not used to enhance what you're trying to do.
Yeah, thank you for that. I definitely think that could be interesting to look more at, like, the actual levels on how share how the two interact with each other, and like sharing the capacities there. I did look at one of the strategies within the kind of bridge design, was looking at some of the practice of GOTS, and some other like water intervention strategies, so that a lot of the spaces are designed to be used at different levels, like the GOTS and the kind of floating bridge there, or not floating, the kind of floating dock there. So hopefully it would be able to be used in various levels of water height. But in terms of how that the seasonality impacts the actual flow rates and like ability to clean the water, yeah, it would be really cool to look more at how that works. So thank you for the comment.
Connecting to Kentaro's comment about the level of the water, and I was thinking how in your presentation at the beginning you were, I don't know if I will be able to mark, but you were like marking this kind of, I'm drawing the concept board, I don't know if you can see it. In the plan, so you were talking about this kind of system of lines that connect the greenery, the urban grid, and the different drains. And I understand how you are trying to work like with the other system that is the urban fabric, but I have my questions. It looks like you are trying to use strategies of disintegration, like little elements that they get integrated into the water, or in this part of the project. But I have my questions. I wanted to ask you about the other geometries that you are using whenever you propose this kind of triangles here. And I was wondering why you didn't use the this kind of red lines that you were proposing, that they are also linked to the water system of growing, to be an opportunity to interact with the public spaces that you are using. Because I think like for circulation, it's really clear how you want to mix both grids from both sides of the river, from the drain, but I don't know why you didn't want to use the geometry of these stripes to be part of the disintegration elements of the public bigger spaces that you are proposing. So I don't know if it's any explanation for that geometries.
Yeah, I certainly struggled on kind of finding a right balance of like geometries and scales to use. I think one instinct that that I was having was to I was a little worried, a little trepidation about like too many kind of large and kind of like large cutting through expressions, and had an instinct to more to go towards more like more of a diverse kind of smaller grained interventions, because I think like particularly with the channelization as an example, like some of the really large moves sometimes aren't as appropriate in this context, but finding a specific finding a geometric reference to use for the small, more diverse pieces was was missing to a degree, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I think the disintegration opportunities is really, I don't know what happened. I don't know.
I think it accidentally got deleted. I can put that back on up there real quick. Oh, there you go.
Okay. No, just saying that I think is this kind of maybe would be an opportunity to think about it. Maybe that system that can break the limits, the red lines, and make that limit be a part of your project to integrate that geometry.
Yeah.
I would think that maybe it's an opportunity to think about it, those spaces and the quality that you have to have on them, but using maybe the geometries of the river to be able to connect the rivers and sometimes the trains or the circulation on others.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, messing with the disintegrating the banks a bit, working more with those would be really interesting.
If I can jump in, I've got to leave pretty soon. I wanted to make just a few comments. First, I think I really like both projects, and I agree with the previous comment about the level of detail and the way to consider all these geometries in a much more integrated and developed way. But I like the big moves. I think that when you're doing something as dramatic as trying to clean up something that has only gotten worse over generations, having a stark contrast between what you're getting and what you're talking about. I know that in environmental work, and in particular, there's a lot of skepticism about whether things can really be applied and whether they even ultimately affect people in a way that they understand, or whether everything sort of changes like a frog in hot water. And I love the idea that here there's this incredible contrast between what we can do. It's that to me in itself is a really beautiful thing. And I think, the other project making the effort to rediscover something cultural and important from the past and to sensibly integrate it with some, sort of delicate moves and some improvements to local life are both really, really strong. I mean, there's so many questions here about practicability and process of of really making it happen. But in terms of the ideas, I think they're both projects very strong and a lot of bang for the buck, so to speak. So nice work.
Thank you.
Perhaps let me come in here quickly and just to to underscore. I think I am not an architect, so for me this looks. I will not comment on the design itself, but just to tie. I mean, it looks beautiful, and as I mentioned in my earlier comments, I think that these type of interventions are what really makes it can begin to make a difference in the way that citizens begin to appreciate the opportunities and the possibilities of changing what is currently a very difficult interaction with the city space where there are. But I think it's important, as I also mentioned before, that as part of the design, you start considering very importantly what is going to happen once the design is completed, if the design is completed. And so this will only look beautiful to the extent that you can maintain the investment that is being put in place. No? So what are the mechanisms? So one is money, clear, but okay, putting that aside because that's not the objective of this, but the mechanisms that you put in place by either sort of getting the community to intervene to maintain this and to keep it clean, and the sort of the communication that you have to, the communication strategy and the behavior change strategy that you have to build into this, that it's not just about the infrastructure and the built part, but the softer components that will make it absolutely essential for this to actually work and continue to and to sustain in it. It's not even a long term, no, it's a very, very short and immediate term, no. So that sort of mechanism that will allow you to maintain this and to for the community to own it and to maintain it is critical, and I think it's a very, very important part of the design.
Yeah, I agree, and thank you for that. I think like I think the kind of putting it between some important nodes where people, and having it beyond this kind of existing line of travel will the goal with that is to have a continued use and start to develop an ownership this area to some degree, and yeah, I would love to spend more time on the kind of I don't know whether the various social projects on how that attitude actually works, which of course I don't know much about, but that would be very interesting.
I think it is important to recognize that both these projects are proposing interventions in two very economically impoverished pieces of our city. And so currently, the people who live in these neighborhoods have no expectation of the city. They have no expectation of the quality of public space. And they don't expect to be given access to a high quality intervention that is not absolutely essential or mercantile. And I think what both projects, there's a subtext to these projects that they're actually, I think the ambition of both projects is to elevate the quality of citizenship, which starts with occurring as a relationship of pride between the citizen and their physical environment. And I think that can happen in many ways, and maybe in some imperfect ways. The water will not get cleaned, obviously, immediately, or the restoration of the archaeological monument may not immediately bring economic progress instantly. But I think what it does do is in a very direct way, it speaks to the citizens and says, we believe in you and we're willing to invest in you. And I think sometimes all you need to start that process is that gesture of kindness or recognition.
We have a 5 more minutes for comments before breaking to a short pause. Monisha, maybe you wanna go to Karim's board and see the insertion of basic the market in the ground floor with the street that is also the new market street that connects to the Najafgarh drain, and then the second floor of basic public facilities of the clinics, women spaces, children spaces, and then the upper and the more leisure, all surrounding this heritage piece.
I have one question about this project. Well, first, I didn't say anything before, but I think both of them, the drawings and how you have explained it, using the connections with the existing grid and the existing buildings and all the cultural, I think is really good. So I wanted to congratulate both of them because I really liked both of the presentations. But I was wondering about this project, how is the public circulation established, like, and why is a question, what is connecting this big new street that you are proposing? In the diagrams, in the first diagram, for example, is started, and I don't know how is the connection with the other acts of the street. So why did you decide to connect to that point or to stop there these big acts that you are proposing for the market?
So the first, of course, seeing the space in the first place and figuring out how to connect it to that larger system that I was talking about, especially to an existing green space, an existing huge park, the DDA park, right, next to the site. I thought it was the perfect opportunity to extend the street on to the park, and potentially that Market Street can become a new typology for streets in India. Maybe a street that surrounds another historic site, or I don't know. It's just this idea that when you walk in a space and it's just like you see in front of you and it's empty and it's wide. There was a like a lot of places in Europe and are like that, especially outdoor spaces. Sad that we didn't get to India, so I don't know what the weather is like there, but I'm sure it's pretty nice.
No, yeah, because I was wondering about those stairs that you propose, like a temple to arrive, and I think you are proposing more like a surrounding project, like all around the minar. So I had my questions about those kind of stairs and how the direction that the plaza start to get, and how is the quality of the back. Like you are giving like a two heights thing with with the stairs, and I was wondering about this kind of a strategy with these acts, that was the one that asking if it respond to something historical. It was more about something that you want to like why.
So so through the excavation process, a lot of open spaces and open courtyards, I wanted to take advantage of them. And so I wanted to create a civic space. I wanted to create somewhere where people wanted to go, somewhere where people can gather. and connected to the only heritage site that exists in the whole site of Hathistal, and even our site that we looked at. About the stairs, do you know the Girona Cathedral in Santa Maria? With the huge stairs.
The Girona Cathedral you are mentioning. Yeah.
Yeah. I took inspiration from that because the majesticness of the stairs gives kind of gives that power to the cathedral. Like it's telling the cathedral, like, here, like, I'll go up all these stairs for you. And it doesn't. I'm not putting that many stairs, but it's the act of welcoming the Minar and giving it the space that it needs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so
for
much.
the answer. I wanted to know. Thanks.
Kareem, if I may say, if no one's saying anything, this is a comment, right? I think I can totally buy the big picture. I think what's particularly interesting, Dean, what I would like to know is the phasing of this, especially the, what do you call it, extraction, right? You're somehow procuring an informal settlement, demolishing it. What happens to people who live there? What's the strategy in this very complex social condition that you have in order to realize this? And something like that could potentially be, if there's a solution to that, I don't know, but it may not be an architectural question per se, you know, so if you can kind of somehow find that out and combine it with the design strategy, and it's going to be probably a much more smaller step-by-step one where, you know, one building owner decide to let the building go and you start from there as a core to expand or something. I think that's the part that I really would like to know, and I think it has a big potential as a strategy to be applied to other places.
Thank you, Kentaro. The part about the relocation, I didn't mean to bring that up. So in our testing processes with my group, each person focused on one thing, and Nick is going to focus on housing later on in our site. And so in this master plan, this one you're looking at right now, we're looking at the proposed intervention in Hathistal surrounding the Minar, but we're also looking at all the other projects that you're going to see today. You're looking at the housing project right here. Sorry. I don't know how to do this. Right here, that Nick is going to propose, and that could be a potential for relocating those people that are going to have to leave their houses from here. You're going to see Elliot's right here, and then finally Sean's right here. So this idea of kind of connecting my system, not my system, but this larger system to the whole master plan was also something that we considered as a group.
Thank you, Karim. I think we need to break. Jesse, welcome. Thank you for arriving. I think this is the moment, unless there's any burning comment, to do a quick break. And we should be back here in 7 minutes to continue with the two other projects of the introduction of infrastructures and public amenities in Niloti and the cooperative affordable housing in the same Niloti by Elliot and Nick. Yep. Quick break, 7 minutes, and we are back. Thank you.
Thanks for all your comments.
Great.
Elliot, Nick, are you ready? So if we are everyone back, we should continue.
All right. Can everybody see the screen? Okay. So again, as part of the whole master plan presentation vision, the parts that I will be presenting a focus on is on this system of decentralized infrastructure as means for democratizing public space. So first, again, looking at this kind of scale of interventions of the different localized infrastructure systems. In this case, the project falls into the smaller scale, so a hybrid building scale, and I'll explain how that comes in later. And again, showing the kind of limitations and boundaries of each system based on a square footage and population estimates. The sites in Niloti can be kind of characterized by this very dense informal settlement. The streets are on average about 4 to 5 meters, which makes it difficult for large infrastructure to be put in place. The open drain system creates unsustainable and oftentimes unsanitary conditions for sewage treatment as well. So again, I apologize for the blurry picture, but these are some of those conditions. Niloti has an approximation of about 17% piped infrastructure, which means that the rest is of sewage is dealt with through these open drain systems and septic tanks. There's a water tank kind of system utilizing the groundwater strategy that we presented earlier. So these are all already pretty localized systems, and the decentralized infrastructure is a means to reorganize these and make it a more efficient system without creating a huge change in the fabric of the settlement. So this is a context plan of the site with Sean's project that he presented earlier right here. From this footprint, you can see a kind of very dense and not completely formalized building strategy with a lot of these vacant open lots, which are often used as an informal kind of social space, either for social meeting places, informal playgrounds, or even places for people to park their cars. The site that is defined by this infrastructure is highlighted here. There's an estimate population of 2,500 people, including the new development of a housing project that will be presented next. It's an estimated waste production of about 950 kilograms per day and a sewage production of 650 kilograms per day. The programs of the site have various kinds of programs, mostly privatized retail of different sorts. Most programs in Niloti are privatized, but they're affordable. So it's because there's a lack of public amenities around here, it's often that schools, clinics, pharmacies, all of those are privatized, but they're generally affordable for the inhabitants there. So there is still an opportunity for implementing kind of public programs and amenities. And this strategy will be paired with the existing open lots, placing some of these public programs around with the strategy of the green arteries presented earlier can start creating a sort of network of public programs in which these kind of lists of distributive programs here can be implemented. So here are just two examples of occupying those vacant lots with one, maybe a football pitch and a little bit of a park, and the other with a public restroom to occupy the space. So looking at kind of site axonometric with the highlighted public insertions, there is the sewage treatment plant and material recovery facility along this axis of, here it's fully pedestrian green vegetated streets, and the housing development here, and the bridge and repopulated drain area here. So these public spaces start creating a sort of social network around Niloki that can extend on different sites as this strategy grows. The stormwater is dealt with using the streets. The existing topography or typology of the streets shows this kind of open drain system with a flatter grade, which often floods over the streets. And instead, the proposed system is a permeable pavement that can collect the groundwater and bring it down, collect the stormwater and bring it down to the groundwater, or it can catch it in stormwater pipes and send it back to the secondary drain that is treated. In any case, in case of overflow, the grade of the street will allow it to pool there instead of flowing out into adjacent sites. In addition, all of these public spaces have permeable green space and roof strategies that capture groundwater and can reuse it for different systems, either landscaping or to flush the toilets, for example, in these public restrooms. Next, the sewage treatment. So with those street sections, you can see there's a piping infrastructure system, and this will allow the sewage to be directly brought to the localized sewage treatment plant, which then can produce treated water to send back to either the residents or to the drain in case of excess, or used as a landscaping tool around this revegetation strategy. The waste collection is also localized, utilizing some of these public amenity spaces for volunteers to pick up the waste that has been deposited here by the residents. It can serve as a pre-sorting facility and brought to the MRF before either sending it back to larger facilities or to private owners. So here's a specific exploded axonometric of the stormwater strategy, in this case with a public restroom. There's a retention tank for the collected groundwater to use for, collected stormwater to use for flushing, and a waste pre-sorting facility where volunteers can collect the waste, pre-sort it, and send it to a material recovery facility. And this shows kind of the permeable space that slowly drains the stormwater down to groundwater. This street section perspective shows that the space is still very active. The tight fabric of these streets and the climate, it prioritizes being outdoors. So these strategies for implementing public space along this network with these green streets highlights the possibility of continuing that active ground floor. Then zooming into the MRF and the STP, here's the kind of site plan. And these two buildings start forming a public plaza along with some of the open lots around it, where the ground floor becomes more of an active public field rather than streets and sidewalks. The STP itself is a hybrid building. So I mentioned this earlier, and what it means is that there is a pairing of social, what I call social and civil infrastructure. So the sewage treatment plant itself deals with this, civil system of sewage, and it's paired with a clinic and a bar or tea house in the same building. So these programs are completely separated physically, but they occupy the same footprint. And this is a strategy used to legitimize having infrastructure systems in the public space and starting to show the ownership of that space. So this is an intersection with these different programs nested inside the STP and the public plaza running here. So the system has all been sized. I'm not going to get into the details of the sizing, but based on those estimates, this is a batch reactor STP, which is better for a smaller scale intervention. And at larger scales, these STPs can vary in typology, but the output from these, the treated water can return either to the secondary drain, be used for, be sent back to the residents or used for landscaping. And the sludge can be treated, can be collected and treated at a larger facility with more capacity. So these, here's a plaza axonometric showing the activation of that space within the a larger kind of urban context. The MRF is similarly hybrid with a roof garden on top. And this system shows the different materials being separated. Generally, waste composition is about 50% recycling, 30% compost, and 20% landfill materials. So these can be separated, sorted, and I'll call it preliminary treatment because this is a small MRF. And these different materials can then be sent out either to private companies for who recycle them or treat them, or there can be a small methane extractor for landfill materials to produce energy kind of products. So these are these systems working in this larger urban landscape in a nighttime setting because of the climate in Delhi. It's important to realize that these spaces are very active at night as well. It's a cooler temperature and much more comfortable to be out in. So these are still very active at that time. And finally, this last slide in the daytime, this axonometric shows the potential of kind of integrating the space without destroying the fabric, but rather extracting the potential for the activation and democratization of its public space. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot. We'll move directly into next presentation.
All right. Thanks, Elliot, for that wonderful presentation. So the last sort of stop in this investigation of this Najafgarh drain site is a proposal for a cooperative housing development with an emphasis on amenities for the neighborhood at large. So as mentioned earlier, there is a great need for housing in India, in Delhi specifically, and one of the hopes of this proposal is to provide a bit more housing at an affordable price point within this community. So again, typically, the majority of households are only comprised of 1 or 2 rooms with 4 to 8 people within those spaces. This is perhaps due in part to the sort of complex social structures within families and households of multi-generational sort of coalescence within those homes. So this was something that I actively worked with in mind, and I think something too for us to keep in mind that the sort of size standards that we might be used to perhaps in the States are not necessarily the same, equally applicable in this site. So one of the first investigations of the site was to sort of extract this typological footprint, and it became very clear that the areas, perhaps in most need of housing, were in these denser, much denser places, which don't follow a sort of strict planned development method like some of these neighborhoods to the east. So again, we're focusing on the neighborhood in Nolothi, which is adjacent to the sort of Najafgar crossing and the MRF and STP development. And one thing, as Kareem had mentioned earlier, in the cases of Elliot and myself and with Sean, these are all just sort of systems to be manipulated and sort of extrapolated across the site, specifically within the neighborhoods of Hostal and Nolothi, which need a little bit more love. So looking again at this sort of neighborhood scale, we can see the bridge across the Najafgar interacting with that newly formed clean water and rejuvenated vegetation. And we'll see the housing proposal here, adjacent to, again, the new sewage treatment and waste management facilities, which was important to keep in mind that this sort of new housing development be in close proximity to the sort of infrastructural development and proposals, because one of the goals is obviously to increase density in a productive way and in a planned way, but at a localized scale. And in order to increase density, maybe 4 or 5 times fold, we need to be conscious of the sort of byproducts that that sort of community could produce, and the sort of amenities that they might need, like a bridge crossing to employment, or just simply to visit or to utilize the sort of sports complex across the drain. So this is a sort of a diagram showing the existing conditions of the site. And one of the things which Kentaro actually brought up earlier was, how can we responsibly propose housing development? So one of the sort of important aspects of this was that someone has to give up space because these developments are already so dense. So identifying a few, dozen or so buildings here, which the owners of which might choose to give up, or not to give up, but to participate in this new system, where their sort of parcel of land becomes a collateral in lieu of a tenement later on, once constructed. And of course, here, the ones identified are, significantly lower density than some of the other buildings around it, but it's not to say that, they couldn't be included as well. So one of the sort of strategies was to have these sort of these runs and then these corners where the sort of straight lines, the runs are residential units, and where the corners become both accessible, like in terms of verticality and horizontal movement, but also sort of centers of amenities within the development itself, which we'll get into later. And in this case, the sort of corner most adjacent to the drain becomes a sort of larger reach for the community, the neighborhood at large, rather than just the housing proposal. So here's just a sort of a simple massing of what this might look like. And one of the strategies utilized was to employ a sort of a consistent width, a 10-meter width across this, both to provide make sure that there's decent access to daylighting, but also to employ a unitized strategy where the units are based on a certain size. So looking at the proposal, here we can see, again, these sort of pedestrian permeable streets that Elliot was describing and their sort of direct adjacency to this proposal, along with the rejuvenated drain that Sean was describing. Typologically, like morphologically, there's an emphasis to be mindful of the context and its sort of scale and its size. Although this is a little bit larger, again, there's an emphasis on perhaps planning and mitigating some things that might happen if this were more unplanned development. So looking at the ground floor plan, along the ground floor there are a number of commercial or retail spaces. These could possibly be rented, or owned by the individuals who chose to give up their piece of land and participate in this development. Sort of, as an extra, as an extra, you get a residential unit and a bit of retail. So let's see, yeah. So we can see these sort of on the corners. We have lobbies, not concierge, but lobby spaces with vertical circulation, perhaps bike parking stalls, and etc. Where this corner, again, most adjacent to the drain, becomes eroded and sort of accepting of welcoming of the foot traffic coming from that direction. So here's a typical floor plan. Again, we can see that standardized width coming into play, where each unit sort of forms a grid of sorts. And again, these corner spaces become used for public amenities. Some of those would be perhaps a daycare center, or even a civic space to have community meetings, sort of like a mini city hall. Let's see. One important thing, I guess, architecturally, there's an approach with this brick screening method, perhaps sort of influenced from a building that Pankaj himself did, but to mitigate the solar heat gain from the very intense sun in Delhi. And it also provides opportunity for it to be utilized, which we'll see in a second. So one takeaway from this is that some of the units span 2 stories. They're multi-story, and some are sort of too wide and too tall. 2 isn't the number, not anyways. So again, the daycare center, this sort of civic office, perhaps in this area. Can you all see my mouse? Yes, okay. In this area, we could have sort of a restaurant, not restaurant, but like a hawker stall, street food. And certain amenities here would be like a kitchen space, or a public sort of library or media lab, which we'll see in a second. And you might notice these sort of thickened walls here. This becomes an important strategy for utilizing these smaller spaces, which the units make up. And here we can kind of see that this in play. We have a sort of standardized unit typology and various, I guess, modular applications of inhabitation, whether you'd be a couple, or perhaps you need extra space for your child, or etc. And we'll see that in play here. This is an instance of the sort of single unit, and it has a mezzanine space here to be accessed by a ladder. This is sort of a take on the a micro apartment, so to speak, to further utilize space where where it's needed in terms of footprint. So we extend vertically a little bit more than a typical floor-to-floor height in order to access a little bit of kind of multi-level space. And again, we can see this sort of an instance where we have a triple bunk bed on one side and then sort of a master on the other side. And in this instance of the double unit, this sort of public, elevated street, the balcony sort of intersects into the unit itself to provide perhaps this outdoor seating area. And again, the double stack unit with the small staircase within it is just another possible instantiation of this system. So here's the sort of communal amenities that we discussed: a kitchen, perhaps with a tandoor outside to have social gatherings or a birthday party, or perhaps cousins and aunts and uncles all live in the same building and want to get together. They can share these spaces and cook and eat together. So one of the other modules was a laundry, and this might seem mundane, but it was a bit inspired by the Dhobi Ghat in Mumbai, which is an open air laundry facility. So the idea is that you would wash your clothes on the second floor, and then you could go up and hang them to dry, or perhaps sit outside and fold them. And another again instance is this media library, which is could be like an internet cafe of sorts, where students can come and work, or individuals can find jobs or socialize, as is often done on the internet. So just one last image, the sort of approach from that the Najafgarh crossing, seeing how the space is utilized, and yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. We have 30 minutes of discussion time for both these projects. So the introduction of infrastructures and public amenities in low T by Elliot, and the cooperative affordable housing band and community amenities by Nick. Can everyone see my screen? Great.
Monisha can navigate to the either project and any image that you want to discuss.
Can we start the discussion now, Iñaki, or?
Please.
I'm going to have to leave 12:30, so I wanted to come to go first. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was beautiful, really well done. I really like the connection that we are working in the same space. This connected to the water, to the previous project with the canal, etc. I think that's a great idea. Maybe that was one of the conditions for the work, but if not, whoever thought about it, I think that's a really nice idea. And I like in both cases, but particularly in the second one, that all the cultural patterns and traditions have been included in the design and have been well thought. I mean that again, this realistic approach to what the problems are. I particularly like the land readjustment idea. I think that is something great, that is realistic, that it may work, and it's something that's a game changer. And again, this is working on piece by piece, right? That I think again is the only way to make change happen there. My specific comments about the both projects are, for the first one, the solid waste management and the sludge treatment. again, is related to the operations and maintenance costs. Most of these projects, they fail due to that because that is not well thought. And when you have maybe informal workers working with solid waste management, with collecting and selecting and selling the product, the recyclables, that only works under certain conditions. The moment that you set up a separation plant, for instance, that doesn't make economic sense anymore. So you always have to think in terms of there's going to be a need for a subsidy to start this. And there's going to be a need to help it in some sort, because otherwise it's not going to happen by itself. We have very nice experiences that happened, but the municipality had to come in to subsidize a little bit the operation and maintenance of the plant, for instance, the maintenance basically. And also maybe not on voluntary basis, the collection, but what we did is the municipality put some little money in a local organization that was in charge of the collection. And that was just a pilot. The municipality didn't want to hire the people. It was just money for an NGO that was created specifically for the purpose of collecting. And that creates the culture, etc. And in many cases, that is much cheaper than what the municipality pays for the big contracts of waste collecting. So maybe thinking about those aspects as well and how to make this thing happen, it would be also interesting, right? To add, does the city has a plan for this, for recycling plants, or for that you can link to it? I think that's a nice piece. And regarding the housing project, my question is, of course, that there has to be an economic financial analysis there to see how big are the new buildings have to be to make the land readjustment business happen, right? But generally, most of the cities is ground level +3 that you don't need an elevator. Here, it seems that they are taller. So I was wondering if the local regulation is going to let you go without an elevator there. Maybe it is. Maybe you can have, 1 + 5, 6 without an elevator. But if you have an elevator, again, you get into the maintenance cost and who is going to be in charge. And also thinking about the common areas, right? And how you're gonna pay for that? Who is gonna be in charge? How you're gonna coordinate that aspects? I like a lot the idea of the mixed use, which is key for this space. And let me see. No, I think that is fine. Just I was hesitant about the density. I was more for 1 + 3 if that makes the economic deal happen, right? So I'm going to stop there. But congrats, I really like both projects. So thank you.
I'll pick up from there if I may. And I'm sorry for being late today. I'm moving, and moving in a pandemic is extra hard, but moving in a pandemic when they're repaving your street with zero notice is extra hard. So I apologize for being late. But nonetheless, I appreciate Elliot and Nick's contributions here. And in many ways, I'm ignorant of the broader context from other than what I've read in the project and research compendiums over the years of work here. And I think it's very difficult to, of course, take on these challenges in terms of design, engineering, and planning without being there. And so I, in many ways, try to think about what are the more generalizable aspects that I think can be drawn from experience in similar conditions globally. And I think there's a few things that come up. One with Elliot, and I'll just jump from Elliot into Nick, and in many ways I'm going to build upon the prior commentary, because I think we have a lot in common here. One is that there's with Elliot, there's a certain programmatic hybridity. And I think one thing that is useful, and I understand that it feels like an economization of space and trying to reduce degrees of redundancy, right? But at the same time, I'm not quite sure that it expressly acknowledges the conflicts in the inherent programs. I think you had a tea garden, I mean, a tea place, and there was like it was like food and beverage with more institutional uses and time of day. There's all kinds of tricks of the trade associated with hybrid program and swing space and things like this. And part of this, you could just think, we could just pick one variable, let's just say time. And time may be that variable that helps you draw some internal organization. And maybe it's not a spatial organization, maybe it's just how one internally manages the space itself. But nonetheless, those conflicts, I think, should be more explicit in how you set up that hybridity, because I think that's very useful. And in many ways, it relates to an underlying challenge that Nick has in terms of the cooperative nature of the housing, but we'll come back to that. I think one of the things in tying these projects together is, what is this fundamental carrying capacity? Because I get a sense that your quantifications of existing performance are an approximation, probably with a huge variance to it, of course. But what happens in the broader sort of macro trajectory of this district within a region? What are the future urbanization trends that bear consequence on a greater, let's say, volumetric output as one of many potential proxies? And so there's a kind of underlying stationarity in your quantifications that I think makes sense when you're talking about acknowledging a kind of present value. But I think as you think about even the intensity of your own program, how is that going to fundamentally change the calculus? And particularly, as we know, in this part of India, fundamentally changing climate and precipitation patterns and things like that. So you could have gone that route, or at least I think thought about the full range of performance, because at some point in time, I think you hit a brick wall, or you hit a certain threshold. Let's just be more formal and say, I think there's a threshold to the carrying capacity that you set up where your system maybe does or does not make sense. Now, getting back to the sludge, I mean, it's such great commentary about the O&M, or the operations and maintenances. And I was thinking, how do you distribute this? I mean, we would, in a formal sense, think about this in terms of distributed utility rates and things like this, but none of those economies really matter. And I think that the prior commentary about how do you connect this to the broader city and where those growth patterns are, so that at some point in time, there's a kind of tie-in. And whether that's a public policy tie-in for the exporting of that sludge for processing elsewhere, or let's say a degree of financial subsidy that really makes this thing work. So, I without really, and maybe you don't have access to that, and maybe that's an unfair commentary, and indeed it probably is. But I think it reflects how you translate carrying capacity into a sort of regional planning perspective. Now, Nick, I mean, the first thing when you think about in terms of cooperative housing, or what are the constraints of why cooperative housing in this intensity of use or density, and we'll draw those distinctions later, what's been the impediments to date? Well, the impediments are the capital expenditures. And I think there is a certain, let's say, real estate economy, but I don't want to go that route. This is a design studio. But I think there's a couple of things that you should give consideration to. One is, I really appreciate how you gave consideration to household composition and household size and the distributional nature of household size. And in fact, in many ways, Elliot could have drawn upon that, and maybe he did, drawn upon that diversity of household composition to understand the true population consumption metrics. But nonetheless, I think that's very smart. What was your floor to floor, by the way, Nick, that you were citing?
It is 3 meters.
Okay. So
I'm sorry, 2.4. I misspoke.
So I mean, that's a little extra space, but it wasn't quite clear to me, because it seemed like you were. I don't know if that extra space was going to be utilized for storage, or what your strategy was there. I kind of sort of saw that in the drawing. I think that's a really interesting proposition, but acknowledging that whenever you extend that floor to floor, you're basically reducing your unit density, right? So there's a trade-off between floor to floor and unit density that would ultimately sort of play out in the economization of the project itself. But I really appreciate that. But let's take this in a slightly different direction, because you were sensitive to this household composition, which is to think about household life cycle. That is, for the residents that live there, how do their units of the household units, how do they change and evolve in terms of their size, dimensions, and demands over time? And I think that that will play into the sizing and configuration of the units on some level, but I think it also is in service of, let's say, if it's a familial organizational logic. I think, this is a pretty intensive building. And I think that you would want to design it so that it had the capacity to accommodate multiple different iterations of life cycle. And I think when you do that, it'll change how you design onto the grid for plumbing, for getting into heating, fuel, cooking. I mean, I think there's a sort of domestic aspect here in terms of cooking fuels and other matters of domesticity that I think play out in how you think about the design and orientation of these units. So how can this thing in 20 years or 30 years, as it emerges through its life cycle, be modified to accommodate maybe a slightly changing household configuration? For instance, if one were to age or have a different composition over time. Again, this may be facts or circumstances that are external to your capacity to do research remotely, but I think it's an important, in a way, it speaks to this idea that there's a kind of infrastructural dimension. And in a way, you cited, I think very smartly, some of the retail components or the ground plane, but it wasn't quite clear to me, again, in terms of circulation, for instance, or those relational elements between the organization of different types of retail and how that related to the building itself. And maybe I just need to go in and look at the drawings more in detail, but I think it was very smart. I was also going to bring up the elevator aspect. Again, this is the problem with going second or last. And there are different, we have basically traction elevators. There are new hydraulic elevators out there that I think could probably service this building at significantly lower O&M costs. But listen, elevators are extraordinarily expensive. But my guess is that you probably would want to have at least one hydraulic elevator in there, if anything, for furniture or other things that, at a kind of commercial scale. But again, now you need a core, it's a trade-off between unit dimensions and things like that. So anyway, listen, I'll stop there. I've said too much. I think for both Elliot and Nick, I think there's a little bit of a need to think about how you phase into this in the near term and in the long term. How can these infrastructures that you set up have a certain capacity to accommodate, in some cases, maybe a very rapidly urbanizing or rapidly densifying domain from which environmental conditions associated with water become a limiting factor, right? And I think that you've done that very smartly, and I think that's how the brief was set up in many ways, is that water, and there's a kind of fluidity of commercial and infrastructural discourse that is defining your threshold. But I think thinking about it in these more dynamic terms would be useful and frankly realistic, because it's a realistic reflection of how these things actually accumulate a coalition of people in support, both in organizational terms, but in political terms for the construction of these things. So I'll stop there, but really, I think very commendable work by you both, and I can see why you were paired together. So thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Catalina?
Thank you, Iñaki. Okay, so just a couple of comments on my end, particularly on the housing thing. The first one is a question, is I appreciate the sort of the intent of optimizing the space and of connecting the infrastructure. But if I understood correctly, and perhaps I missed them, you are placing housing right next to a wastewater treatment plant and a solid waste management facility, no? which is going to be very problematic. I can see it on a design and on a piece of paper, but putting people next to wastewater treatment plants or solid waste management facilities is never an easy thing, and quite possibly not a recommended thing either, given the way that these facilities tend to operate in developing countries. So I think that's a big question. There's a question mark for me on the siting of the infrastructure parts. And then second is a suggestion from a sort of the government, from the city perspective. The biggest asset in this project is the land. The land is what costs, but has the highest value, particularly if you begin to put infrastructure in this land. That is by far sort of the biggest amount of money that you have in this project. So making sure that you have the right mix of uses within that land. Affordable housing is not going to give you high reach. It is incredibly important, clearly, in terms of social aspects and development and urban development aspects, but the return is going to be quite low. No, so finding that mix of uses and that mix of income levels for the housing is going to be absolutely essential for this to work out. So I wanted to recommend that you take a look at an agency in Mumbai that is called the Slum Rehabilitation Agency. If you haven't looked at what they do, the type of work they do, SRA is an absolutely incredible agency to look at. What they do is that they have the mandate to rehabilitate and upgrade all of the slums in Mumbai, when in Mumbai 50% of people live in informal settlements and slums. So they have come up with very different ways of making this feasible in terms of sequencing, in terms of relocating informal settlers, and in terms of financial availability of the land. So how do you sort of move people from a low density or low height configuration into a denser and higher building, but while releasing land that can then be used to build more market-based housing or commercial properties? What that mix is about, how do you get to those, and how do you come up with neighborhoods that are manageable and that are socially sustainable in a context that is quite complicated? No, so which is kind of the environment that you would have in something like this. No, so take a look if you have a chance at what SRA is doing and how they go around looking at some of these design parameters. I think that might be useful. Thank you.
Nick Kentaro.
Sure. So, I mean, there's always already been a really great comments that gets to the heart of the projects. I want to talk, and some of the questions, comments I had in mind as well. So I'll just switch a little bit and maybe focus a little bit on the idea of streets when you're talking about this distributed infrastructure. I feel, and you guys started to think about how the function of the street as a infrastructure, permeability, so on and so forth. I think you can perhaps get a little bit more in, for instance, in terms of treating runoff water through, some kind of swells or a texture of the surface, or so on and so forth. And also, there's, but on the other hand, there's not so much space. It's a very narrow street, as you've mentioned. So perhaps there might be a way to think a little bit more about how the streets could be phased and strategize to kind of make an incremental improvement in, let's say, the water quality that enhance the condition of the street, as opposed to sort of fairly drastic in some ways, I'm kind of looking at it, oh, will this gentrify the neighborhood? And maybe that may be the aim in a certain condition, certain place. But I was just kind of wondering that. That's one kind of a general comment I offer. And the second is this more particular. I was looking at the statistics, and Elliot, were saying that there is the amount of waste, the sewage that gets produced at 2,500 people were 650 kilograms. Is that statistic right? Is that is that in liquid form or the solid form? I mean, I was just kind of curious. The 650 in water, or the liquid form, generally is 650 liters, right? And if it's 2,500 divided by that, each person per day would be almost less than like a bottle of Coke or something. So if that's the implication, then there might be some kind of a social condition that you can think in terms of scale that you can't really think of in the more how can I say, in westernized condition, and that could be an advantage. But those are kind of fairly random things that I'm saying, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, the statistics are based on, of course, they're all pretty generalized. I don't have the expertise to fully develop these systems in this amount of time, but they're based off of mainly different STP projects actually in India that have shown the details of their sizing based on population. And the 650 at 650 650 is the total kind of amount, and that was like an early generalization, and somewhere I've done so many calculations, I don't know if I can fully relate one thing to the other, but yeah, of course these are all pretty generalized, and if ideally these would be conditioned not just for now, but also, like was mentioned, for a future kind of expansion, seeing how these systems would work. And the population is counting the project from the housing developments that Nick proposes. So yeah, it's difficult to kind of standardize all these numbers when much of it is unknown. So, but I appreciate all the considerations for these changes.
Elliot, maybe the other thing that you were discussing or thinking about was what is the outflow of the water treated, and then also the storm water that is collected by the street during the monsoon, that there's no way to permeate, and that is, well, it's not developed. You have it a kind of linear system that is probably a system of wetlands and tertiary filtering system along the Najafgarh drain that hasn't got to be drawn yet, no? Do you have any comment about the compatibility of the programs and how the hybrid infrastructures are segregating air, ventilation, and other things in terms of working together with other public programs in order to make this kind of civic node of public and transparent infrastructure that could be owned by the neighbors through the access to it, through the visibility to the street, etc.
Yeah. Of course, these I mentioned earlier, these would be completely separated in the physical space. So the separate ventilation system, separate kind of heating, cooling. But Here it's more generally of forcing the idea that these systems can belong together, and that the constant or the current kind of relegation of infrastructures to outside of an urban space makes it difficult for people to relate and own that system, when in reality it serves them and it belongs to them. So this act of bringing these programs together, although they are completely unrelated, it forces an interaction of these spaces, and specifically of the people within these spaces in an urban setting. So it's really a strategy for the ownership of these systems, the democratization of this space. But again, considering that these programs will be completely separated, and it's intentional that they have kind of conflicting programs, that's in my view, or my opinion, that's what creates these kind of interesting interactions, and that what creates a more dynamic and maybe plural urban experience.
Do we have any additional comment, critique, contribution from our guests, faculty or students? If not, we will be breaking for the lunch.
I just want to say, I think to Jesse's point, that I completely agree that there needs to be this sort of investigation into the distribution of these units. And I mean, financially, I think those are questions that I had. I mean, I do have a minor in real estate development, but that coming into play, and this wasn't, was something that I sort of had in mind, keeping these units mixed. And yeah, no, I would love to, do a more in-depth cost analysis of this. In terms of especially the unit height per square footage density, what the cost and benefits are. So anyways, thank you everyone for the critiques.
Well, if not, let's take a break. Catalina, thank you so much for joining. I know Horacio has had to jump. Kentaro, thank you so much for joining. If you have any comment before leaving, let us know, please. Jesse will return in the afternoon, as Andrea.
Sure. I mean, it was very informative, and it makes me want to think more about these conditions. My interest lies in a little bit more focused, and in a sense that how are you guys understanding the topography, the surface geometry relative to water movement, and how those things could be sort of utilized in this kind of condition. And it gave me a lot of ideas to think about, as well as new opportunities that could potentially be applicable in other places as well. So thank you for the wonderful presentations.
Thank you, Kentaro.
I'll just jump in, Iñaki, to thank you for inviting me. It's been great to see all these projects. Congratulations for tackling. I mean, these are exactly the type of issues that we are trying to deal with, and what we are trying to support cities in South Asia and all over the world in addressing some of these very, very complicated development issues that they deal with. So it's super relevant. I love the creativity. It's very fun to see how you guys are thinking about this. and to see that you're taking a very real problem and trying to come up with innovation and solutions that are building on years and years of knowledge on other cities. So I think it's great. Congratulations again, and it's been lots of fun, and thanks for inviting me.
Thank you, Catalina. So we'll break for a quick lunch, and we'll find together again at 12:30 Central, 1:30 East, and very late India time. See you in a while. Thank you, Catalina. Thank you, Kentaro. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Andrea. See you later.
Thank you.
Good luck in the afternoon. Bye.
Hi, team. Are you there?
Hello.
Zach, Daniel, Moni, Karim, Elliot, Bhumika, Nick. I see that Margarita and Catherine are almost here. Scott. We are also hoping to have back Jesse Keenan, Brian Owensby, Professor of UVA, and Sameh Waba. Hi, Scott. I think we are being broadcasted in YouTube already, so you know.
I was impressed by the morning. It looked great.
We have more now.
Hi, Iñaki.
Sameh, good afternoon. Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
We are about to start in 1 or 2 minutes at most.
I'm not sure what it is, but it sounds like we have a very deep and delayed echo. I've just heard our conversation with like 30 seconds delay.
Oh, wow.
Yes, yeah.
Can you hear me now? Yes.
Yes, yeah.
I still hear the deep delayed echo though. That's really a long lag.
It was working fine in the morning, isn't it?
Does someone have the YouTube playing? That might be what it is. It sounds like us that I can hear in the background.
Yeah, it is, but it's with a long delay.
I think it was happening in the morning too.
Hmm.
The echo thing.
It's very faint, so maybe we just didn't notice it.
Yeah, if you have the YouTube stream open, it's on a little bit of a delay, so that would explain it.
Probably we should start. Pankaj should be joining at any moment. He's joining from Delhi, and as you all know, there are huge challenges in Delhi right now, and in particular, of course, everyone there has huge personal challenges among friends, family, etc. So I know Pankaj is managing those challenges in real time right now with hospitals and other issues. So we hope he will be joining again in just a few minutes, but we should get started. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for taking the time to attend this review and to give and for giving your feedback and observations, comments, critiques, pointed questions, etc. I just want to start introducing the panel of jurors in the afternoon. Sameh Ouaba, thank you, Sameh, for taking the time. Sameh is the Global Director of Urban Disaster Risk Management, Resilience and Land Global Practice at the World Bank. Sameh is in charge of basically the world's operations in urban resilience for the World Bank. Huge, extraordinary responsibility and an enormous ability to see what really is going on in the world. Thank you, Sameh, for taking the time so generously to give us. We have had in the morning Horacio and Kentaro, and Catherine Skirl is joining in the afternoon. Catherine is a PhD student here at City Culture and Community Program in the area of urban studies, and she has been involved in several teaching operations also at the School of Architecture, and particularly co-teaching with Pankaj, or assisting Pankaj in his history class. And Pankaj, thank you for joining. We have just started. And I'll give you the voice now, but I'll continue presenting Mriganka Saxena from Delhi was going to join, but she has huge challenges, as I just mentioned a moment ago. And we hope to have Brian Owensby, professor of the history at UBA, joining in a little while. In the morning, we have had Catalina Marulanda, also from the World Bank. And now we have also, again, Jesse Keenan, associate professor of real estate at the School of Architecture. And as you know, is basically the national expert in real estate and climate change. And you have seen him in the news and with written pieces and interviews continuously during the last several months. Thank you, Jesse. Margarita Jouvet is joining us this afternoon, Associate Professor of Architecture here at the School of Architecture at Tulane, and Scott Bernard, Associate Dean for Academics at the School of Architecture, and a real expert in the institution, has been interim dean and basically all posts at the school. And finally, Andrea Bardondetena, pre-doctoral teaching fellow at the school, teaching now in the second year, and will be the Yamuna River Project research assistant professor during next year. With this, I'd like to introduce our team. Pankaj Vir Gupta, visiting professor at Tulane, a professor of architecture at UBA, Monisha Nasa, research assistant professor, and for the last 2 years, and myself, dean and professor, with 8 extraordinary students that are in different moments in their education, undergraduate and graduate, and different sets of expertise: Elliot Moreau, Zach Bratton, Sean Tichenor, Nick George, Daniel Sheringa, Bhumika Shirole, Ruby Shiali, and Karim El Saunduri. And this is a research team that combines different skills, different degrees of experience, and complementary roles beyond that, the instructional mandate that, of course, we also have. But the idea is to contribute to deal with one of the biggest challenges. And as Catalina was saying in the closing remarks, these are the kind of issues that we should be trying to deal, real issues, critical issues in supporting the cities, but bringing innovation and a new eyes to potential solutions. So with this, Pankaj, do you want to introduce the project, the framework?
Sure, I'll try and keep this one a little shorter than the morning. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. Thank you for joining us for what will hopefully be an enlivening afternoon. The history of the Yamuna River project starts about 9 years ago as a series of research studios at UVA, which then slowly developed into a much larger research agenda across several universities. But let's rewind a little bit and give you some idea of what we do and why we do it and how we do it. For centuries, the Yamuna River has sustained many cities along its banks, especially in the area preceding modern-day Delhi. It's been the ecological and the agricultural lifeline for all of these settlements. But with a dramatic reduction in its ecological flow, all of the Yamuna's waters are dammed at the entrance to New Delhi to quench the insatiable thirst of the 20 million inhabitants of the city. Beyond New Delhi, the only thing in the Yamuna is the effluent and the waste, the toxicity that contributed by Delhi flows further downstream. So there is very little room for something that's ecologically sacred. What our research has found over the last many years is the Yamuna has been erased in Delhi from both the urban landscape and from public consciousness. Next, please. The Yamuna River Project, which is a collaboration between the University of Virginia and Tulane University, has deployed multidisciplinary academics to research the dilemmas of this urban water crisis and to propose design strategies for mitigation. In every one of these last 9 years, the design studio has been the exemplar leading the charge, identifying these urban crises and proposing design projects for remediation, such as the ones you're going to see this afternoon. Our multidisciplinary academic team has created alternative visions, proposing a sustained engagement between the city and the river. The Yamuna River Project thus envisions the floodplain of our river as an environmental nucleus for the citizens of Delhi, anchoring the city within its original ecology and creating a riparian sanctuary. As these objectives are highlighted on the screen show you, we've tried to share in real time the findings of our studios and publicly communicate this across platforms relentlessly for the last 9 years. Next, please. The conclusion of the first 5 years of our work was published at the Yamuna River Project New Delhi Urban Ecologies book. This book has become a kind of go-to resource for urban designers, for policymakers, for government agencies, and for ministers in several ministries across water, urban development, sanitation, etc. in India at present. Next, please. The Yamuna River Project at Tulane, which you're going to see now, projects the several visions that we've been advancing and developing over many years into the world. The projects that will follow are not necessarily filled with the stories we already know about pollution and about degradation. Instead, they emerge from the myriad worlds that the river engenders, communities that have built their lives and livelihoods on its banks, abodes of gods and goddesses who are domiciled in the hundreds of temples and shrines abutting the water, and also, more importantly, fading memories of a time when the riverscape was the great public space of the citizens for the city. The projects of our studio focus on 2 sites, one which you see here on the screen, which is the Najafgarh drain, a 58-kilometer long drain, which contributes almost 70% of the pollution of the entire river Yamuna in New Delhi. The second site is the Lachans Delhi, which is a ceremonial and symbolic heart of New Delhi, the bastion of the privileged and the elite who are domiciled there. And it's interesting that this area, which is almost 4% of the land area of New Delhi, houses less than 0.1% of its population. The projects of the studio will thus show you solutions for these 2 sites. In the morning, we looked at the sites for the Najafgarh drain. This afternoon, we're going to focus on the area of Lachans Delhi. The end goal of our enterprise in this studio, as in all the others, has been expanding our awareness as the first stage in its recovery. If we are aware of the river, if we are aware of its dilemmas, only then can we make a straightforward and professionally managed case for its rejuvenation. The Yamuna endures as a living record of the capacity of our city to develop and maintain healthy urban systems, and is only through the restoration of its waters, both in our imagination and in urban reality, that we can secure ecology from our own advances. With that, I'm going to hand it back to Iñaki, who will briefly walk you through the methodology that we've adopted for this studio.
Thank you, Pankaj. This is a design studio. It's a design studio that investigates and tries to find new propositions, and the process of searching for information, speculate potential solutions, question those solutions, and then go back to search for new responses or new data that we find, and keep the iterative speculative process and questioning almost endlessly, at least for the time that the studio lasts, a short, intense semester. But this idea of investigation and findings and innovation through this iterative design process is our guide. I want to mention that we are working in the areas or the fields of urbanism, architecture, infrastructures, and public space. We would love to have more fields involved, but we are definitely informed by social sciences, humanities, sciences, and engineering, as you will see briefly in the presentation, but basically in the book that we have been producing, and many more materials that have been coming after the publication of the book. The methodology has 5 or 6 steps. The first, understanding the context, a brief 2 weeks period, an urban investigation, trying to diagnose what are the major challenges in the socioeconomics, morphology, urban infrastructures, ecologies, and riparian systems. Then urban strategies, the developing of a vision for each of the 2 places, each of the 2 sites, from where we decide jointly which are the test projects that need to prove, let's say, this assumption of the vision. Synthesizing it and communicating is as best as possible. As mentioned by Pankaj, this is a 2 institutions with a number of faculty, students, research trips, different departments involved, and students traveling to India, which is not the case this year due to the pandemic that has prevented us to travel and has produced a challenge of working remote. But just to give a very quick overview, these are the topics that other researchers, mainly at UVA, are taking on, from religious mapping or water quality issues to historical analysis, waste and social entrepreneurship, air quality, or art history issues. Some of the impacts of the project is already in governance through the work of the politics professor John Echeverry-Gent and the current consolidation of the 7 agencies that deal with the Yamuna and the city in the state level into one single ministry. And basically, we are hopeful to continue contributing to the discussion, given that the next master plan has been announced, fundamentally based in the principles that we have been pushing since 2014, in which the discussion was about amusement parks in the banks of the Yamuna. And right now, the discussion has changed to the ecological recovery of the drains and the ecological systems of the city, the slow mobility, affordable housing, and a series of recommendations that we have been pushing. Initially, found with a lot of skepticism, but right now much more in the main area of discussion. The impact of the project, as mentioned by Pankaj, is a real world impact, what we are pursuing. And right now, the discussion has come from investments in hard infrastructure and STPs to understanding that the water is an urban complex issue. It's not the river that is dirty, it's the city that is dirty. So we are not cleaning the city. We are not cleaning the water. It would be like putting a thermometer in ice. We are cleaning the city, or that's the objective of an equitable and better city. The governance that I mentioned, the wetland park that are already in construction by the Delhi Jal Board, and the master plan criteria that I have just mentioned. So with this, Monisha, do you want to walk us quickly with the afternoon?
Yeah, thank you, Iñaki. Good afternoon, everyone. In the second section of this afternoon session of our final review, we will be focusing on the Lutyens, Delhi, and Yamuna strategy. The students will begin with talking about urban investigation based in the larger context of Delhi. And then In teams, they will present the collective urban vision. This will be followed by the first 2 test projects presented for 15 minutes each, and then a 30-minute discussion. And then we'll have the next 2 projects and a 30-minute discussion. I will be providing some reminders on the screen to manage time. We can get started. Let me just share my screen.
We are going to very briefly pass through some findings in the urban investigation. Just a couple of comments by the students of the most outstanding issues that we have been finding in this process.
Zach.
Yeah, so we'll start with kind of the history of planning and how Delhi came to be. So if we move to the first set of images, the Rajpath is kind of the center of this. So this is the seat of government. Rosina Hill is where the Viceroy's house is on the lower left. Currently the President's Palace. On the next slide, we have the kind of rings of influence out for that. So again, this is where the government conducts all of its business. This was an area planned by the British when they came in, and it is super just rigorous like hexagon grid as opposed to the kind of unplanned nature of a lot of the rest of Delhi. On the next slide, this is looking at the different regimes of master plans. So one of the notable things is that they've always planned for less population than actually came. So the kind of disconnect there means that there's been a lot of unrecognized kind of colonies that spring up that aren't necessarily within the plan, and the government is kind of constantly figuring out like how to fold them into the formal development process. And then with the next slide is kind of looking at some current demographic situations. For comparison, Los Angeles, California is 18% land area by roads compared to 21% for Delhi. So it's a very, very urbanized and populated space.
Thanks, Zach. Moving into the housing. So Delhi is divided into 9 administrative territories. We focused in the West and in the Central Territory. I'm sorry, in the New Delhi territory. In the next slide. As Zach mentioned, there are several unplanned communities within Delhi. These don't align with the master plan and are often associated with slums. On the next slide. So as of 2011, within the West and within the majority of the city, most people do not have access to, about 20% of people don't have access to water within their home, whether it be for the restroom or on the next slide, for drinking water. Here you can see the percentages are a little bit lower. Moving on to migration. Yes. So there's a propensity towards migration, both to the city permanently, but also temporarily and seasonally to the city. More often than not, this is for work and for daily paid laborers. This issue was compounded, of course, by the pandemic. On the next slide, upwards of 4 million people sort of had to leave the city in this mass exodus following the government shutdown. Most of these individuals had to walk to the sort of villages that they're from in the outskirts of the city. So.
Just going to go very, very quickly over the culture and religion. The biggest thing that we need to understand is that this population is majority Hindu, accounts for most of the world's population in Hindu, but when the transition to the British Empire happened, there's been significant westernization that has gone on within the culture.
So for the brief history of Delhi, the first archaeological site is from about 1,000 years ago. and it was located a little more into the southern hills of Delhi, so along higher ground. And the formation of the settlements of Delhi kind of followed in this higher ground up until the Mughal Empire with Shah Jahanabad, which, if you go to the next slide, is number 15 on the top of this slide, which moved closer to the river, realizing the potentials of its agricultural properties. After the British took over, there was a development perpendicular to the river, but still excluding its, not completely connecting to it, and that's formalized city, formalized and planned city developed into contemporary Delhi today, with still a kind of backyard attitude towards the Yamuna River.
Kareem. Monica.
Yes. So I'm going to be talking about the ecological challenges on the site. So part of what we looked at was the groundwater levels all across Delhi. And as you can see here, the southern side, which is away from the river, has the deepest groundwater level. And as you get closer to the river, the groundwater level reduces. We also looked at the different sewage and water treatment systems located across the city, and what their current capacity is that they're operating at, and how much they intend to expand that, and if it's enough. Next, we looked at the waste management procedure in Delhi, and how the waste moves, how much waste moves every year from landfills to getting burnt to creating pollution. And this is a map of the pollution levels across Delhi. As you can see here, as you get closer to central Delhi, the pollution levels are increasing drastically. And as it is written there, this pollution level really reduces the life expectancy of people who live in Delhi. It's also a very common phrase in India to say that if you live in Delhi, it's equal to smoking a pack of cigarettes a day.
So I'm going to be talking about the water systems at large. So just in a really broad view, the Yamuna River starts in a glacier up in the Himalayas before it eventually goes to Delhi. And you see here almost all of the water that actually comes from the Yamuna River is diverted for drinking water before it enters Delhi, and then most of the actual water going into the river at that point is from the Najafgarh drain, which accounts for a huge amount of pollution. With that completely stopped river with basically no flow, that's really bad for its ecology, and it's unable to clean itself from all the pollution in Delhi. And so the Najafgarh, which is the main source of its pollution, was originally a natural river that would flood and become a lake during the monsoon season, but it's become really channelized and straightened out, and used and carries a lot of sewage these days. Here's a look at the floodplain for the Yamuna. Because of the monsoon cycle, there's a very there's a duality in where the river is, and there's been a lot of encroachment on the floodplain, particularly by informal settlements, which has caused a lot of flooding and danger.
All right. We have 10 minutes of discussion time before we look at the collective urban vision.
If there are any questions, doubts, anything that need to be clarified before going to the vision that is proposed.
I saw something called the YWF 2 slides ago before the end. Could you explain that structure? Or YWC maybe?
I believe that's the Western Yamuna Canal. It was in the slide with, yeah, that one. So farther upriver in one of the neighboring states, the Yamuna is divided, a couple canals go off for agricultural purposes, and then in this case joins back onto the Najafgarh drain before rejoining the Yamuna River.
Okay.
It's one of the sources of drinking water for Delhi, because even with 100% of the natural normal flow of the Yamuna, going for drinking water is not by far enough. So Delhi has several sources of water from different channels, from the Yamuna and from the Ganga.
And one other quick one, if I may. I'm sort of understanding in the city that I'm unfamiliar with, but that this area right here is high ground. Is that right?
I believe so. If anyone else has looked at that more accurately.
That's the Delhi Ridge, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I had a quick question. Going back to some of the earlier presentation content on density, I'm curious, you know, if we're talking about unplanned neighborhoods, if we have an idea of the density of those unplanned neighborhoods comparative to other planned neighborhoods. And I'm also curious if you all were able to disaggregate some of the data around the water provision within these neighborhoods. It looked like it was district-wide, and I'm curious if you have a smaller scale for how many houses within these unplanned neighborhoods might actually have access to water.
So in terms of like exact numbers for the density, I don't have those offhand, but we did look into that. And within the Lutyens area, you know, it is significantly lower. These are, you know, like bungalow homes on multi-acre lots, whereas in the Najafgarh site, you know, you have 4 and 5 story buildings with you know, multiple tenants. One of the things that we omitted for time, but the majority of households have 4 to 8 people in them, and you know, share 1 to 2 room dwellings. So that might help to give you a better idea of how things are. And what was your other question about?
I guess water access within the neighborhoods, within the unplanned neighborhoods.
So one thing that we had discussed earlier in the morning was that the majority of these, in terms of sewer at least, utilize just open drains or septic tanks in the street. And you know, upwards of 25% don't have piped water from a sewage, from a, you know, a drinkable water source, or if they do, it's from a well, which, as Bhumika mentioned, with the water table is pretty high. So, you know, there's a like tendency for that well water to be polluted when compounded with, you know, the open sewage, which eventually drains back into the Najafgarh, especially during the rainy season.
And Catherine, the average density in some of the slums or the unauthorized housing clusters is in excess of 40,000 inhabitants per square kilometer, in case that helps.
Thank you.
There's also a network of, just as a side note, a network of water trucks that are deployed and that will service the city. This happens in the site that the morning group looked at. The locations which are documented are not frequented in the site that we'll be looking at today because it's the most formal of all of Delhi.
Are there maps that consolidate some of those layers of information together? I think, for someone who's less familiar with Delhi, I'd love to see a map that would have, let's say population densities, a map that would have any indicator of either housing quality or socioeconomic metrics. So basically, I want to look at one map. Sorry, I mean, that's to aid those of us that would need to be providing comments, where I would understand what are the poorer areas of the cities, the overcrowded areas, where are the areas that have better livability metrics, and collate that with information on infrastructure and, if you will, the quality of the water of the river. Because every module of the analysis is good, but I have to mentally piece them all together, and to try to understand then the type of development challenge around this particular site that you guys are looking for, the afternoon one. I mean, I think the morning one is an easier one to understand because that's the poorer area, and I presume it would be what to do about it. But what's the development challenge that we're looking for in this more formal area of the city that this site is about?
Sameh, this is probably our responsibility. We have been looking at these layers of the city as a kind of introduction of issues. Hopefully, it will be more clearer when we look at the specific area of New Delhi, Lutyens Delhi. We were working with all the background information that we have been generating over years, but clearly we were not ready to give this comprehensive picture in a few minutes. So noted. Unless any student has anything else to add. Should we go to look at the challenges of the Rajpath and the connection between the Rajpath and the Yamuna, and this very different condition to the Najafgarh? The Najafgarh was a stretch, a typological stretch that relates formal housing and informal housing in one side or the other, the typical scenario in that area of the Najafgarh drain. The Rajpath area is the connection between the never realized connection between the Lutyens Delhi and the Yamuna, that even at some point there was some plans that we have found in which the Yamuna was channelized and was brought around Purana Kila in a kind of scenic pond, which would be completely impossible in a monsoon river like this one. So it's a relation that was never met somehow. Never conceptualized, despite several changes and iterations that the planners, Lutyens, and the other architects that did several proposals to the zone. So that the situation that we find now is a situation that is twofold. One is the living conditions or the density, the population, the accessibility, the democratic or no condition of Lutyens Delhi, especially inside of the Central Vista project, this new consolidation of governmental buildings along the axis, and then the connection with the Yamuna after the several barriers that were put since the British with railroads and other infrastructures in between the Yamuna and the Delhi, Central Delhi. So should we start?
We should. I will share my screen. hopefully we can answer some of the questions that you guys had about the site.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna just cover really quickly again some of the stuff around the history of light installation, just because this is the site that we've been working with, and there's just a couple of things I wanted to add. So it was planned around this kind of radial hexagon strategy. We have House Mons Paris on the lower right, and then Washington D.C. in the middle, and those were kind of some of the plans it was based on. Kind of ironically that this was designed to be the kind of crown jewel of the British Empire when it was designed, but the models they took were post-revolution cities and capitals. But that being said, this was their goal was just kind of cement their power in this region, use architecture as a tool to kind of generate legitimacy. Notably, they had this really perpendicular relationship with the river, and that kind of, while it might have visually linked the ridge forest on the left and the yamen on the right, there was actually a lot of barriers involved. So if we move to the next slide, this is just some photos of the area centering around the Rajpath or the Kingsway. This is the central axis where a lot of the government buildings are constructed off of. The one at the end is the Viceroy's house, or currently the presidential palace. And then I believe as part of the Central Vista redevelopment, it's going to become a museum. But it's where kind of the seat of government happens, the seat of power. And it's also a really rich kind of public space where people can go and picnic, and their annual Republic Day parade, it's there. And there's just, generally it's a kind of place of, for all to mingle. Then on the next slide, we have some of the planning around the city. So they really wanted to create this garden city sense with these bungalows nestled in these, I think Sean mentioned, like giant plots of land. So they're almost just like these tiny single story, 6 meter tall buildings. But they have these really large and lush parkways. So this is one of the densest tree covered areas in Delhi because of just all this investment when they built it. And so you kind of see that, but at the same time, these really wide roads and separation means it's a pretty poor pedestrian realm.
So hopefully this can kind of give you a little bit of an idea of sense of scale. So we're working in, as we've said, the most, the least dense area of Delhi. And when I say least dense, I mean there are fewer homes and dwellings and people per square mile. And we're dealing with this zone specifically here. And this is where the Central Vista is. To orient yourself, this is the Yamuna that we're dealing with. And then the morning site, for those of you that were here, is over off screen to the left. If we zoom in a little bit, you get a better idea of what we're dealing with here. We've got, like he said, a lot of greenery going on, the most green in the city, but a lot of it, as we'll discuss, is very inaccessible. So the big positives that we discovered that were sitting on our site and that we really want to start to take advantage of is Purana Kila, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. There's the National Zoological Park over here, and then there's Sundar Nursery and Humayun's Tomb. And they are all forming this informal yet formal heritage corridor. And we're discovering that there's this great corridor here, but to connect it to the river, which used to be the lifeblood of the city and now is the back rear end of the city, it's been completely blocked off. And there's also very few ways that you can access it if you are the average Delhi citizen, because the average Delhi citizen does not live here. That being said, this area of the city does have a greater deal of accessibility in terms of transportation. It's very well traveled. This is a place where visitors who visit Delhi will come. The metro lines and metro stops, as you can see, are here. There are several different lines running through and around the site. Lots and lots of bus stops. Don't ever try to figure out the Delhi bus system. It's practically impossible. So we took a bit of a different strategy and we just documented what we could find in terms of bus stop sites. And then we're starting to figure out those barriers and see what's blocking the city from the Yamuna. What's the deal here? We've got this giant highway, which is multi-lanes on either side. We have this railroad system that is also blocking us from accessing the Yamuna. We have these giant brown fields as well. So this is Millennium Park right here. And Millennium Park was a former landfill that they covered up and turned into a park, but they didn't actually remediate the land, so it's still entirely toxic. And then we've also got a giant brownfield over here, which is the largest bus depot in the world. And it's sitting right on the river, and it's a concrete, basically an entirely concrete plot.
So we also mapped the kind of private green space. So, this beautiful, like kind of treed and verdantly landscaped area, but that's only accessible to either the people that live there for the most part, or in the center right, there's a golf course that's also fairly exclusive. So while that's kind of New Delhi is often referred to as the lungs of the city, it's the lungs for a very select few.
If we look at all of these things combined, we can see that the common theme, you were asking about what's the main issues that we're identifying. Basically, there's a lack of connection to the river, and there's also a lack of democratization of the space, which when we say that, we mean that the average person finds this space incredibly inaccessible. This space is also often, the central vista here is often gated. It depends on the day. The government will decide who gets to come in and who gets to not come in. So a lot of this is great, and there's so much opportunity here, but it's not being utilized in a way that most people can tangibly and interactively and understand. So this results in our 5 major moves. We need to figure out how to democratize the block of Lutyens Delhi, those hexagonal blocks. We need to figure out how those blocks can then intersect with one another, how we can take that heritage corridor that's already existing and how we can emphasize it and reconnect everything back to it. And then we have to re-envision that railroad corridor, those barriers that are blocking us from the river that are very, very longitudinal. And then we have to figure out how to recover those giant brown fields. So go ahead.
The first step we were looking at was how can we start to reclaim some of that space without encroaching on anyone's property. And there's these giant traffic circles that make up much of the fabric of the city. So reclaiming those areas that are right now inaccessible, but still like very green, very open, and starting to build on that as an alternative network to the Rajpath to say it's closed. And then next we have how to link that central ridge forest to the river and to that heritage corridor. And again, like kind of forming this alternate lane so that, in order for this place to be accessible, like even if the government, has this creation, the Rajpath is super closed off, like this can still be enjoyed by citizens.
Like we said, we're trying to reconnect that cultural and that heritage corridor and remind the city that it's there. And we're not talking about the city as in the people within the Lutyens Delhi, this area here, and this are just immediate surrounding areas. We're talking about all of Delhi, which is the majority of the population. And then we're looking at this area here, which is a decent plot of land, but this is nestled within the railroad system and it's totally inaccessible right now. So figuring out what can we actually do with that and how can we re-envision that space within the railroad system as a place that can actually serve Delhi citizens and then give it back to them. And then recover those brown fields and figure out what can we do to reconnect those fields back to the river so that the river is no longer quite as forgotten. And this is the totality of how we're going to move through these next 4 projects and how we addressed it. And this results in the master plan. So we're trying to nestle everything within what's existing. We're trying to repurpose everything. So you see these nodes here, and those are the catalysts from which we stem out and have these pathways that intersect and wind through the Lutyens Delhi zone to try and make it less exclusive. And then it connects over to that cultural heritage corridor. And then we have the housing in between the railroad system, because we determined that was a good idea. And then recovery of the brownfields. And if you guys have any questions, I can go back to whatever slide you want.
I do have one question. Thank you so much for the explanation. I love how you have explained the different layers, programmatic and cultural heritage between the river and this main structure. But I was wondering, how is in section this transition? Is there any kind of topographic limit of one part higher than another that is helping to the disconnection, or is pretty flat? Because I don't know this place, so I wanted to know, like in section, how is this disconnection and connection between the river and this structure?
Yeah, so the high point would be Resina Hill, so that's where the Viceroy's Palace is located. And then it's kind of a gentle slope down to the river, and then there's the part of the brownfield, especially where the bus station is currently a floodplain, so that's the lowest point. But then there's a berm with, I believe, Millennium Park. Daniel, correct me. But that's kind of what prevents the flooding from reaching the rest of it.
Other than that, the majority of the area is pretty much flat.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Except for the ridge, that is the green part in the left and the position of the presidential palace, the rest is the floodplain. Yes. With very, very soft slope towards the river, but with a series of artificial embankments and infrastructural barriers of the roads, railroads, landfills, and the bus depot that is also encroaching in a higher elevation.
So everything comes together in this master plan in a way. You know, the idea of, if I understand well, is this spider of green corridor that articulates public spaces that leads to or connects to the river in a capillary system. Is that right? So, and then across this green infrastructure, you recover public space and ecology at the same time. Is that right? Okay, understood.
Sabine?
Sorry, again, forgive me, I'll be asking very basic questions. So the hexagons that we are, yeah, exactly what we're, so I don't know how to interact with the maps. Maybe there is a way, but I'll assume that I can. So the hexagons where the hand is floating right now, these are presumably high-end housing, something that maybe the top, I don't know, 30th percentile maybe of the population would be living in, or are they mixed income housing? What type of housing typology? And I want to understand, and second, what connection are we trying to achieve? Are we trying to achieve a connection between this typology of housing with the cultural heritage corridor, and then downstream with the water? Are we solving the micro connectivity problem, or are we trying to make the river and the cultural heritage corridor, being two of the most important amenities within the city, accessible to a higher or a broader range of income groups across the city, in which case the master plan is then looking just at one sliver. So I'm not exactly sure what is the problem that we're solving. If it's a matter of getting these amenities connected with the rest of the city, I would want to see a broader map. And then it becomes a matter of combining transportation modes. People would come from the poorer neighborhoods, let's say via metro, via bus, and then it becomes about their mobility so that they can access these types of amenities. And if what we're trying to solve is the micro site issues, then I would love to understand, how do the population that lives in these hexagonal housing, what is their commuting patterns? I presume they mostly drive cars. I wonder whether they would go and drive a car, from their house to the shop that's nearby to get something. Do they walk? To try to understand again how that connectivity can be made. Sorry, I'm asking more questions than.
No,
yeah.
These questions are entirely valid. The people that live in these are not the top 30%, way more exclusive than that. These are the richest people in India that live here, and they are all pretty much government officials. There are no middle income. There are no even upper middle income people living here. And they don't drive cars. They have people drive them. That's the caliber of people that we're talking about. And half of the houses that are in this area are vacant, but they are preserved because it is an assumption that this is the space that I have a right to having. And this is an exclusive space. This is not a space for other people to come and to take or to visit or to walk through. So I think we're focusing more on the micro in the way that you phrased it, instead of connecting it back to the larger city. We're just trying to make it a place that they can actually access first, instead of giving them the road to the accessibility. I don't know, Zach, you've looked at this a little bit broader than I have.
Yeah, so I guess I'd add that, like Delhi is one of the biggest tourist draws in India, both internationally and domestically. And the Rajpath, it's like the seat of governments is already like this huge draw. And like when you look at public transit maps, a lot of it converges on Connaught Place, which is just barely not cut off on this map. It's in the light area up there. So this is already a place where people are like coming as tourists, and government workers are coming here. But then the surrounding area itself, it's kind of almost hostile to outsiders. So it's how do you make it possible to spend more time here? And, if you come here and, the Rajpath is shut down, like how can you still celebrate like those heritage monuments and not just kind of get stuck on a street that's, just a fence and some trees with cars zooming past you?
I think it may be helpful to explain, Zach and Danielle, that this is a zone that is mostly occupied by very senior government officials. So originally Rajpath, which means in Hindi People's Way, was called King's Way. It connected the palace of the last Viceroy of India to India Gate, which was the ceremonial arch celebrating the victory of the British in the Second World War. And all of these bungalows are actually vestigial bungalows. They're left over from the housing that was provided by the empire for the senior-most British civil servants. And so the cultural connotation of that legacy is that the minute you're elected to becoming a minister or a senior government functionary, you want to live in one of these bungalows. So the problem is that they are actually, in that sense, as anti-democratic as they could be. And in the last couple of decades, any civil society initiative to democratize the bungalows by creating cultural infrastructure or more publicly accessible infrastructure has actually been shut down by the very people who live in those bungalows, because they are the lawmakers in the country. And so once you work so hard to get to that position, why would you give up what you fought your whole life to covet?
So that's super helpful. So in this particular case, one, I presume then those who are living in those bungalows are occupying them because of their current position. So it's a tenancy arrangement. It's not a home ownership. So it's not perpetuating that inequality, but it's just that for that duration that I'm living in there, I'm living under these circumstances. And therefore, maybe one can imagine this whole site together with the Rajpath, together with this bungalow housing and the cultural corridor and the river, to be all four ingredients of, if you will, a heart of a city. It's the equivalent, let's say, if you come to Washington, D.C., it's the equivalent of combining the waterfront plus Georgetown as an elite neighborhood in which you might enjoy, a nice walk together with, if you will, the Champs-Élysées, or so you can conceive of the public and the private realm in this particular area to be all part of a visitor experience. And that visitor experience can be either for the visitation of other segments, if you will, lower or more limited income groups from within the city, that this becomes part of, visitor strategy, or the external visitors coming from other parts of India or other parts of the world. And in this regard, you're trying to conceive this whole thing as one public domain. That becomes one part of the problem. And the second is to tie that to the river by figuring out a solution to the bypass of those particular barriers, the railroad, and then the undeveloped parcels and the contaminated land, etc.
That's exactly right.
Okay, so in this case, are we still at the problem analysis, or so I would want to see, for instance, how those hexagons, let's say, Are we talking about gated communities? Are we talking about streets being closed off with security guards that are, guarding entrance to these areas? Are we talking about what kind of physical barriers may exist out there to enable one to think about how do you connect all those things?
Yeah, I think that now we are going to pass to the proposal specifically to the area of Lutyens Delhi. Only to point out that the plans of the government to increase the amount of offices here are very substantial. I don't have the figures in my head, but Zach, probably you have the number of thousands of people who are going to be working every day here in this area, and therefore how you are proposing to change the demographics of the people living here in Lutyens Delhi.
Yeah, that's I think actually a great transition. I believe the plan is that they'll be having around 70,000 daily workers in that with the new development, which I think is a 30,000 worker per day increase. So it's fairly substantial. But anyways, thank you all for joining us to get started. Just as a preface, this project is one of the more radical propositions today, and in perhaps counterpoint to Elliot and Nick's from earlier, the least rooted in reality. But just to quickly recap some of the things we were talking about with the Lightings Bungalow Zone and the Rajpath. So the Lightings Bungalow Zone is outlined in this red. It's a 28 square meter area that's a heritage designation. So these single family bungalows are very protected by the state. And then Central Vista is this hatched area in the middle, and as well as the Rajpath. So Central Vista is a redevelopment that's going to bring the workforce to around 70,000. That's this rendering here, and it stands in a pretty stark contrast to its surroundings, right? Which is this very single family, not very dense situation. So that means the workers are going to be coming in from a further distance, and they're not going to be able to live locally. So there's around over 1,100 of these bungalows, and they're all but 65 are owned by the government. They're very highly sought after. So in 2019, as many as 200 bungalows were occupied by members of parliament who refused to vacate until the government threatened to turn off their utilities. And for the 65 that are privately owned, like the ones that are currently listed range from prices around $31 million US to $111 million US. So it's very, very just an unattainable place. That being said, the Central Vista, the Rajpath, is this huge kind of cultural touchstone. So the seat of government is here. This is the Republic Day parade, and they frequently have just people going there to recreate. It's also occasionally a site of protest, again, with heightened security, especially recently. Things like the farmers' protest, where they actually reached fairly close to Rosina Hill, is a bit of an anomaly. However, it is still like very powerful symbol. So zooming in a bit to the scale of our site, again, this is more looking at some of the things going on with the Rajpath and the kind of engagement you can have here. Lodi Gardens is down here. This is one of the heritage sites. It's one of the great amenities of this area. So that being said, there's kind of this interesting contrast between, this great public space and then all this kind of privately zoned area that almost seems to kind of undermine the area spaces of democracy. This is one of just the gated situations. And then it's hiding this beautiful kind of cordoned off green space. So, holding the seat of government and much of the operations gives the Rajpath such incredible symbolic significance. And its history as the locus of colonial power kind of reinforces that too, right? Like it's being subverted and reappropriated as this symbol of the people's power. However, being surrounded by the super exclusive space that ends up undermining it, especially with the barricades and difficulties of reaching that area in the first place. And democracy watchdogs have expressed concern over India lately. So the Economist Intelligence Unit's democracy places it at 53rd out of 167 countries, and specifically cites some recent laws that are added, and Reporters Without Borders considers it 142nd out of 180 for freedom of the press. So there's some serious issues with kind of maintaining this sense of democracy and perhaps some of the spirit in which India was founded and its roots. So that kind of brings us to where do we go now? So Barbara Hoyden of the University of Texas School of Architecture said in the paper, public space equals trusted democracy. Self-organized markets, coffee shops, food trucks, beach bars, and pocket parks are hybrid examples of this recapturing of the city as a place of residence by a generation with global experiences and playful ideas. And similarly, Don Mitchell of Syracuse says, for the encounter with difference to really succeed, then we will see in a moment the right to inhabit the city by different people in different groups had always to be struggled for. The city is the place where difference lives. So how does the city, how does the space become a place where someone has a right to be here? And how is it kind of reclaimed? So we know that, you know, this is a huge kind of center and draw for people to come in. So housing is kind of one major, you know, impetus kind of obligations needed to be met, especially with new people coming in. So to have shorter commute times, reduce pollution. At the same time, it needs to have, you know, more activated streets so that it's no longer closed off. And then again, like Delhi is such a dense and polluted city, it's really important to have access to green space for current residents. So with that, we were looking at taking those, or starting to reclaim the nodes of the traffic circle. So these are existing spaces that are already green. No one's really using them for much. A couple of large ones are parks, but it's still very inaccessible. And then this is where you have to suspend your disbelief a little bit, where we're just going to say, okay, the bungalows, since the vast majority are government owned, they're truly going to become of the people. So they're going to become kind of these public amenities, civic places like libraries, small schools and whatnot, especially on the corners to draw in and connect back to the circle. And then given the preponderance of green space in this area, the center part might be carved out in order to create a greenway network throughout the city where you can meander through from the ridge to the river. And then in the interstitial areas that we can retain some of these bungalows and have them still be semi-public amenities for the people, but you know, retaining some of their purposes, like some of them are embassies, so they can still be, you know, used as office spaces, but never the kind of single-family residential that's so exclusive and undermines kind of the idea of democracy. So when you aggregate those kind of collection together, so you have the greenway in the middle, that kind of interstitial area where there can be more housing, and then those nodes in the end, you kind of start to create a network. So this is the proposed plan. So you would demolish some of the 3 bungalows per block, the ones in the middle, but then you would be able to, you know, insert these small long strips of housing into the middle. So that way it's not disrupting a lot of the space, but it's still adding a lot of square footage specifically for government workers. You know, in those buildings, you know, you have, you know, yes, like the ministers and their staff who work there, but you also have, you know, the people serving food and cleaning it. So the idea would be that since the government is providing this housing, therefore everyone who works for the government at some point has a shot at living here. This is, again, like starting to aggregate how that would look in creating those thoroughfares through, and then kind of cordoning off some of those retained bungalows so that you can still have, you know, use them as a place for and of the people. So this is kind of taking a look at some of the unit types. So there's a variety that all have a similar number of bedrooms and capacity for the kind of 3 modules and larger, but they could go for different income ranges. So, you know, maybe we're going to assume that, you know, if you make more money, then you're willing to spend more money in housing, but at the same time, to have, you know, more democratic city, a place where difference is kind of met and celebrated, you can live next door to someone who makes more money or less money than you do. So there can be a variety of ways that way. And then on the first floor, those can all be common amenities. On the ends, you can have retail that connects to the street, and then the inside is things for the residents. And then another major part of activating the street is creating a covered thoroughfare that helps ferry people through, that kind of thickens the wall and then adds in space for smaller, more informal commercial that's already there around the Rajpath where people, you know, walk around with carts, but giving them a slightly more formal space, having public bathrooms and having access to water in those areas, as this is one of the areas in the city that does have, you know, reliable plumbing for all of its area. And then it aggregates together in this kind of mosaic that has a range of, you know, all like incomes and housing types next to one another. So this would be what a proposed ground floor and an elevation could look like. So you have it connecting into the street with the commercial space, and then this kind of thickened wall and covered walkway. And then these private streets that serve as access to the building itself. And then on one side, you have a balcony and access points, and then the other side is a walkway where you can enter it. So they have opportunities for cross ventilation, getting light all the way through, and both are 2.5 meters deep on either side. So there's opportunities for to expand and create smaller balconies on the walkway sides. There's again more opportunities for interaction with neighbors and between different people living there. So this is what a ground level rendering might look like. So you have the marketplace down here in the entrance, and then kind of creating this shelter space for the bungalow that might be retained as maybe an office space, you know, WeWork 2.0 or whatever. You have a screening system that shifts it rotates depending on the location of the sun. So this would be fixed for a direct east-west. And then it would pivot. So since a lot of them are off axis and you want to block the western and eastern sun, it can be responsive to that. The next render, which is taking a moment, is another just look down the marketplace. So this is that kind of activated street where you have, you know, bike lanes and much more kind of pedestrian realm where people are actually able to interact. And instead of being a place where you walk through, it's a place where you can linger a little bit longer and then celebrate all the green space and the trees around you. This is getting inside of that green thoroughfare a little bit. So this becomes purely a pedestrian realm, you know, no cars whatsoever. And then it's another way to kind of circumnavigate and meander through the really lush kind of lungs of the city. This would be looking at, so this is looking at towards the entrance. So you'd have a walkway going past, and then occasionally the units will have a balcony that extrudes out into that space. So that way you have both a private kind of balcony side and a public balcony side, just to, again, like increase, you know, interactions and have it be this public thoroughfare for the residents of that building. This is a short section perspective. So looking through how the buildings, again, like create this kind of cocoon for the bungalow itself as a way to, again, like celebrate what was, you know, previously a piece of colonial history into something that's now being reclaimed for the future. And then a variety of unit types, so some being 2-story, some being 1-story. Again, like, you know, government housing for people working for the government in Central Vista in order to, you know, limit commute times and have it, you know, surely you live near where you work. And then this is kind of perhaps a better view of how the different units might aggregate, as well as how it, you know, really connects to the outdoors. So it's a pretty minimal kind of ground coverage as far as what impermeable area is being added, and it's able to retain most of the trees you can build around them. But it's still, you know, adding a significant amount of housing to, you know, as Pankaj mentioned, this is the least dense area in Delhi by far. So it's really imperative that, you know, there'd be opportunities added to deal with the housing crisis and to, you know, provide people housing in high quality places with access to high quality amenities. And then just lastly, to kind of take a step back at how this is going to link together, going back to the master plan and kind of walking through that again. So we have these great public amenities that we want to link, and we have this kind of ocean to cross essentially right now of this really closed off space. So first we're taking the streets and adding those enhancements to make it really more walkable and inviting to pedestrians and getting across, taking the nodes and taking their kind of sphere of influence as, you know, stopping points along the way, so that it's not just kind of a long thoroughfare, and then taking the green kind of network throughout the middle that's, you know, maybe a bit more secluded and really celebrating like all the trees and the greenery in that area, and then lastly bringing it all together into how it links these the heritage area and the Central Ridge Forest. And with that, I will pass it on to Ruby, who's going to talk more about the traffic circles and the interventions there.
So, hello everyone. Here is Li Xia and also Ruby. Similar with Zach, I'm looking at the Rush Path site. I'm sorry, I didn't talk for a long time. when I start to looking at this site by showing the roads in white and everything else in black, I was fascinated by the unique character of this site, about the way the streets are connected and the figures of the triangles. And then after switches the colors, I label all those roundabouts and try to see how much impact this was through those nodes. And the blue lines represent just the roads that were directly connected of those roundabouts. We can see at least there are 4 roads are introduced by each of the roundabouts. And we number those roundabouts as a system by horizontally A to J and vertically 1 to 6, so that we could have a consensus on each of them. And there were 24 roundabouts of the total in this area. Now, after only see the connection and where those roundabouts are, we zoom into each of them to see their construction conditions. Here is like the first 12. We can use some indicators like the map key mentioned right here, such as whether the area has been carefully planned, what is the degree of the grain coverage, and whether there are buildings in this. And here are the last 12, and we can see that most of the roundabouts are planned as a green spaces. But based on a lot of videos I've seen and 3 students in Delhi I've interviewed, the accessibility of these green spaces is pretty low. So do these roundabouts have the potential to be used instead of only barren island for transportation center, but the oasis for Delhi resident to have a high quality green space and some basic public infrastructure, and even harvest the rainwater in the rainy season to in the bigger picture. And then we look at the size distribution of those out of the. So except several large circles, we can see that the heavily repeated size are from 50 meters to 70 meters in diameter, accounting for 76% of the total. When we do simple calculation, so we know the area is like 114,714 square meters, and it's also a potential of this much. And now we're looking at the roundabout with the diameter with 72 meters. And here is like the location about where this roundabout is. So I captured this moment by watching a lot of videos by YouTube of the driving through Delhi before going to any further construction. And in this one, we can see from the direction of the man's movement that he maybe wants to cross the road and get to the center of this roundabout here, but there's no like traffic light or cross signal right here, and similar with this one. And I'm not sure you can see it clearly. There is a like fence of those roundabout to have a weaken the correlation between the middle green space and the citizen. And also another angle right here, we can see the only here got a crossing place for the residents, but only for this side of the road to another side, but nothing happens in this area. And actually this green space is pretty like higher quality than I saw by only the Google map, but the low accessibility and the interactive definitely needs to be improved. And according to the above understanding and information introduced by the team members, these keywords need to be mentioned in the maybe the following. And because this site is pretty special, so I find some reference at the beginning. This one, the Rain by Rose, is it's kind of provides an idea to organize all functions in the rain with the inner side of the corridor and the roof as a balcony. And then this one inspired by the ramp inside of the circle, which enriches the path and like the views inside of the space. And then now we can start from the ground floor level of this project. Due to the high density of the vehicles, entering from the second floor may be the better strategy. There are different access strategy, like the stairs, the ramps here. Starting from the edge, there are like 3 layers of the road, like Zach was introduced. And in order to maintain a continuity of all those roads, all the start point of the ramps, the stairs will be start next to the pedestrian walk. And after pedestrians enter the area from the overpass, they will directly go inside of the circle for, they will have some space such as middle, a rest space next to the grid-shaped area can introduce different functions according to the condition of surrounding public facilities. Maybe we can introduce a toilet, restaurant, cafe, museum, books, store, and the office, clinic, something like that. Then there is a, okay, I will go everything quickly. And then this the roof level, as we mentioned earlier, the 12 meters wide roof will be a potential place to harvest the water, rainwater, on 3 different points of the roof edge. And this is the explosion view of the building that we can see over here from the ground level all the way up to the roof level, and we can see like much more clear in this version about like every structure and the different layers of facade, different layer of glasses wall. I'm sorry, here's the type, and the balcony inside, and different function around the second floor. And then here are some diagrams the public facilities with small aid station maybe, and the toilet, which should be repeated in each of the roundabout. And this one shows the connection and the path between the different levels from the outside of the site and then to the ground inside. And then this one will be specific a functional distribution of this site. And then this one will be about like organization of the ramp. People can see the both side of the path by the bungalows and the buildings in the middle. And then the section is the response to the raining season in cold, like the, maybe I will like escape this one and see the zooming version directly. And then this zooming section emphasizes the rainwater collection system starting from the roof and flowing step by step to the middle lowland, from which the pipeline introduced to the underground can have a whole network on the ground to connect together with the other roundabout we mentioned. And then this is an image shows the result of the water harvesting in the center and the activities inside. And here are some simple views to explore what is happening like in different places. We can see the map key here. And also this one is another 4 views from the start point of the ramp inside, and then the ground floor level, and then the second floor, and we see the specific function of those grid space. And then now letting up all the roundabouts that are 72 meters in diameter with the previous image. The red is the F4 we mentioned earlier, and to show how much potential this project has. And then this will be like not the only way to show the relationship with the building and the water inside. And then this will be a basic principle of the different sides of the road to arrange some stairs and ramps inside. And then what we see here is a bigger view for connect my proposal with Zach's to pop like the middle's green space, and then all the project he was proposed, and then to have this whole pedestrian walk, cycle track, and then green space with like all way go to like from each point or each spot of the corner of the triangle. And then here similar, the cycle track, the pedestrian, and the house like the optimization of this. Should I stop here? So here is the last page.
Thank you, Ruby. We probably can move to the concept board, Monisha, and open the time for comments, critiques, suggestions, questions. Sameh, Jesse, Margarita, Catherine, Scott, and Andrea. Monisha, you can move from in the concept board to show different drawings wherever the conversation goes. No?
Well, I'll jump in if I may. And it's a lot of work here. And in fact, some of the best work is some of the final slides. So it was a good way to wrap that up. You know, I really sort of question the analytical frame of democratizing space. India is the largest democracy in the world. You know, I think there was some previous commentary that Cornet distilled the problem solution nexus at scale as it was presented prior to these two projects as something that in many ways could be equivocated to a form of tourism or public spectacle, public leisure. But in my mind, that may all be true, but it's degrees of accessibility to a relatively narrow class of people who have the resources to both get there and then spend the time there. So I'm not sure to what extent this kind of post-colonial architectural critique gets conflated with a public space realm, which you define in sort of aprogrammatic terms. I have a sense that it's probably been co-opted and redefined and reoriented in ways that are external to its historical legacy by some measure. Now that doesn't speak to the kind of grandiosity of the space, and it doesn't abrogate the history. But my sense is that those two conflations may or may not work. What I thought was most compelling, though, was the bungalow critique. And I think in many ways, we're not trying to democratize this for a huge range of class mobility. And I mean class mobility both in its economic terms, but in its physical accessibility terms. I don't think that's necessarily what we're trying to do. We're probably, between Zach and Ruby, trying to distill or provide greater accessibility to one level down, which is a kind of meso, upper management, middle class regime of urbanization that opens up what I would deem as a kind of suburban retrofit approach in many ways. And in many ways, Zach's architectural response has a kind of overt modernism that I think is in direct contradiction in its rationality, or in complementarity rather, in its rationality to the post-colonial critique that you're offering. And so in many ways, it's operating at the same scale, and it doesn't negate the challenge. I think it just replicates the challenge that you set for yourself at Zach's scale. I mean, how many trees do you lose? You know, you're supplanting one ecological system, which admittedly is degrees of exclusion, with another human imprint, or anthropocentric imprint, which I'm not sure to what extent that's really speaks to your rhetorical impulses. But that being said, I get where you're going with this. And I think that, you know, okay, it's mixed income. How does that line? Mixed income within building, within India's class and institutional hierarchies, how does that fit? But nonetheless, I'll accept for what it is, which is opening up a huge range of government employees to have accessibility in their housing. I think it was brought up in previous commentary. This is like coming in and building ADUs in Georgetown, right? And beginning to open up to a fuller range of people in DC or something. And that's an incomplete analogy. But nonetheless, even if this is the imposition that you have, it's an enormous scale. And the scale, I mean, the scale raises some questions, which is that how many kids are going to need to go to school? Like where are you sourcing? You know, you can't just walk at this scale to go get the basic necessities of what you need for daily life. So then the question is, how autonomous are these blocks? And if these blocks have greater degrees of autonomy by virtue of their scale, then how really democratizing is that? In my mind, that actually becomes has the potential to be just as exclusionary by some measure, but to a different class, perhaps a more middle class. So I mean, and maybe there's nothing wrong with that, but I think that there's a transportation element, which is why I think Ruby and Zach's work does come together quite nicely. And that's why I think those final slides begin to bring it home, because Zach, I think, left that aside, knowing that we would pick it up later. And I think when Ruby comes in, you know, that in my mind, that you had the bike lanes. That was one aspect of the intermodal necessity that sort of responds to the scale. But I think that, you know, in reality, Ruby had a great slide, which was the possibilities on figure ground. And I think in that iteration of possibilities of figure ground was also this idea that you probably need a bus multimodal intersection, that there's a subgrade opportunity to start to shift between modes of transportation, and that the centrifugal force that's created by these also is an opportunity to change modes. And what we see rather is an elevated plane that actually never really reaches the interiority of these things and is in service of pedestrians. Well, to be a pedestrian at this scale is more leisure than it is function, I would argue. And so I think there's a missed opportunity. I think you're starting to get there, and I think your intuition was there, but I think you need to go bigger and bolder. And whether that's an elevated mass transit or an elevated system, which again reinforces the modernism, but by some extent, in terms of alternative more sustainable transportation, how do we think about intermodal? How do we connect the nodes themselves? And how do we truly respond at scale? Because if Zach's proposition were to come to be, and I think in some cases that may be an appropriate one, the scale of how many people that would be commuting in process would you couldn't all bike, right? And so if the bike lane is your one measure of intermodal connection, I think we need many more layers to really have this thing be functional. And again, the autonomy of what you set up challenges what I question is the kind of democratizing impetus. And finally, I think that in many ways you're reproducing what you're critiquing. And I think there's so much good design work here, but I think that there's some fundamental opportunities going forward to reinforce the basic accessibility metrics that really get to what was previously referenced as the micromobility challenges of getting these people to where they live and work and recreate and find spiritual, if not institutional, secular meaning in their daily lives. So I'll stop there.
I have a really similar critique and a different kind of proposal as a response to what Jesse's just said. So if you don't mind, I'll just throw in really quickly that I find, Zach, the notion of demolishing major sections of the area kind of undermines fundamentally what it is. And it almost begs the question of, if you're going that far, wouldn't you go far enough to just completely reconstruct the social contract of that piece of ground? But I think there's seeds in what you're proposing that actually have roots in modern proposals that actually might butt up against this territory in a symbiotic way. What I'm thinking of here are towers and slabs in the park, the kind of modern paradigm of dwelling for the upper middle class, where we live in tall, dense buildings, but they're juxtaposed to broad open spaces like a unité or something. And those broad open spaces then produce a challenge, because unless the people in the tower are very wealthy, they can't afford to pay for the maintenance of those broad park spaces, which they don't use directly very much at all, but they engage visually. So what I'm kind of wondering is, what if we, instead of demolishing this territory, what if we put a ring around the edge of it, of either towers or slabs that access this territory visually, that make it into, which it already is, a kind of park space to be seen, rather than co-opting it as space to be occupied. And then you give the privilege of section and the privilege of overview and the benefits of density to another group of people who are then capitalizing on the fact that the folks living here have the wherewithal to maintain this beautiful, lush garden, which their incentive is that they get to use it and live in it. And the incentive for others is that they get to see it, which is largely the domain of those who live in towers and slabs. That's why I thought it was interesting to follow your project with rubies, because my first impulse for seeing rubies was, oh, well, she's going to make these traffic circles into little towers. And each tower will have a substantial number of residents, and they'll be like towers in a park, except that the park is actually private property that's maintained as a beautiful thing to see rather than inhabit. And if we did that, then I think we'd just be back to the questions Jesse's raising about how do we move around in this territory, which seems problematic in Ruby's scheme, regardless of how dense it is, and really problematic in your scheme too. We're adding a lot more people, but we're not changing the suburban paradigm of movement. So I'm thinking of Brasilia, the super quadra in Brasilia, which are little territories compartmentalized and filled with slabs. And they, in some ways, have all the same problems that I think your project would have, of a kind of isolation and insufficient critical mass to provide services within a reasonable travel distance. And then I think of a place called Robin Hood Gardens by the Smithsons that was recently demolished, but it was a fairly large and dense slab. It overlooked a beautiful garden. And one of the reasons it failed was that there wasn't enough money in this social housing to support that garden area. So I won't go on, but I just think that there's a core of a modern idea of dwelling that you could use to, let's say, parasitically borrow from this zone rather than proposing its demolition. Or symbiotically, maybe not parasitically, sorry.
Can I come in?
Please, Samir.
So I want to build on those two, but then maybe pivot a little bit and talk about, an urban planning and an implementability, if you will, perspective. So I like what Zach did in terms of an idea, but I don't think I buy into the scale. I think the amount of, if you will, densification that he's proposing to introduce with the amount of, I'm thinking of a political economy over here. You're going to an exclusive site with very low density, with a classic, not in my backyard NIMBYism type approach. And you're trying to introduce densification, diversification of incomes, mixity of uses, etc. I think, but at the same time, the scale of knocking, 3 houses per triangle, and if we're talking about, the housing prices that you spoke of, 30 some million till 100 and some million. I mean, basically per triangle, you're trying to generate enough development value to pay for, I don't know, $200 million worth of acquisition of bungalows, plus the infrastructure and the public spaces that have to be introduced. So I would go for something that's not, and at the same time, from an architectural standpoint, I was trained as an architect, few light years back. I think it's too symmetrical and just, creates, two realities that are juxtaposed. I would have gone for something that's a bit more organic in scale and a bit more, if you will, tactical and selective in its entry points to create maybe 1 or 2, if you will, sets of interlocking spaces that would minimize. In other words, if you're going to disrupt every single bungalow, you're basically knocking off a tremendous amount of property values in here, because suddenly wherever you are living in one of those bungalows that costs $100 million, suddenly you're surrounded by a much larger density, which means much more strain on the public infrastructure, much more problems with parking if everybody drives out there, or it's just, you're bringing a lot of disruptions that is going not just to require enough money to buy out those properties that you want to buy out, but will take off a lot of property value around you. So I think if you find a way or places where you can do that tinkering in maybe in 1 or 2 concentrated areas, you may achieve, if you will, much more of an ability to implement this than the current one of your carving something out of every block. Then you can start thinking about, some of the blocks that may have, much more complications, the highest resistance, your 7 ministers and, your whatever, those that you'll never be able to convert, that may actually be closing off the streets because of security requirements, etc. You may leave certain areas untouched and start working off in other areas. So I think if you had a much more light touch, you may be able to broach that. And I like the idea of mixed income housing. I wonder if you wouldn't want to think about mixed use as well and starting introduced, if you will, some typologies that may, so certain amount of, public facilities, again, had this been, a place in the US, in a city like New York, etc., and you wanted to start introducing density, if you start thinking about it, let's say you're creating amongst the amenities that you're creating out there, not necessarily only shopping spaces, but maybe artist studios, etc., you start creating if you will, a much more attractive to visitors value proposition, you may have, you know, a program that might work better in certain parts, you know, that creates an attraction point that may, you know, prop up, if you will, the I don't know, the tourism value proposition. That's if you're solving a place for, you know, the tourism value proposition, which is very different from if you're solving it in housing. If you're solving it for housing purposes to create much more mixed use development, I think you want to have, you know, a different type. Maybe in this case, you knock off an entire triangle and you start thinking about housing typologies that could bring proximity between different worlds from a housing perspective. So, because I mean, you know, mixed income housing with all the subsidies that go into it, you know, doesn't really work because you get a lot of oppositions. Most of the housing developers that take on a you know, an inclusionary zoning type housing policy or a linkage type housing program will end up contributing into the fund to provide affordable housing somewhere else rather than providing housing in situ. So you have lots of political economy issues that I think you've glossed over, and I think that's the issue that I have. So I like a lot what you did, but I think you could have done it differently. Ruby, I liked the you know, the utilization of those interstitial spaces. I like the programming of it. What I don't like is I don't think you've solved the connectivity with those that you want to utilize these spaces. If they are visitors, then where will they come? Will they come via bus? Will they come via the metro? Or will they come via car? Where will they, you know, park? And then you're trying to create the connectivity between what happens in that inner circle by putting, if you will, the access ramps on the sides of the housing. So what you're creating is, if you will, that barrier, you know, that physical barrier that takes on from the property values of those adjoining properties, creating, you know, like suddenly, you know, you had, if you will, your property overlooking this rond-point, this roundabout, and suddenly now you have, you know, a concrete set of ramps that are, you know, blocking your view and getting you people walking around and looking in your property, what's happening in there. So I think that connectivity part is where you could have done a little bit more work to try to resolve it, you know. And again, if you're working in tandem with Zach's proposal, then I would have figured out a couple of those connection points and tried to come up, or maybe you can then convince Zach that, you know, the places that may warrant being taken to conversion for housing becomes the edges of the triangle. So these are the parcels where you start, you know, creating, if you will, more mixed-use development, higher density housing. So the heart of the triangle becomes that which still preserves those houses in their bungalow form, and then you start creating a density a little bit around the edges, or maybe you create a corridor that has a bit more of a density, and then you can solve the connectivity for the rond-point, or you start using traffic calming devices and the like. So you use things that are at surface that can start, you know, lowering down the commuting speeds and you know, make much more of a pedestrianization of these areas, of slowing out speeds, diverting car traffic to other places. Maybe you create a couple of pedestrian roads that work together with that centerpiece that you have. But I think you're both onto something, and you're both like 3/4 of the way, but with little tweaks in Zach's case for implementability and starting to think about, you know, the level of disruption you introduce in blocks like that with the types of political opposition you'd have, and Ruby thinking about the connectivity and the flow of people, and again finding ways to minimize that resistance of those neighboring blocks to the interventions that you have. Thanks.
If I may, thank you. So if this is a city of 22 million people plus like a huge metropolis, and if the goal is to reduce in a way the ecological impact or the consumption of energy and the ecological and social kind of disruptions. I think this proposal seems to be on spot, but maybe it will be nice to explain the proposal in the sense of how much, in terms of data, how much this type of large-scale urbanism contributes to less mobility and as a result, less pollution. So having more of a series of metrics that are able to say if this part of the city densified that amount, and with these types of incomes that are mixed income, and if I add also a series of mixed use that seems to be, of course, needed, mixed with this mixed income, how is that going to impact the mobility of the city? And if I add to that a subway network that is, low carbon, etc., how is that portion of the city, even if it's like a 30% of the city, going to impact the metabolism of the city as a whole? So I'm more interested in, because then, of course, you have always different types of formal solutions. But I think it's critical to have the numbers of density versus the numbers of types of income regime, if it's like middle and high or water, and have a better grasp of what is that all about, and how is this impact in the real sweating of the city, to say it in the one way or another. No? I think that will be an important feedback loop for the proposal, whether it's to tell you back that you need double the density or half the density is enough. And if it's double the density, then how it can look like. So I think the feedback of data is important in the kind of next step, if any, in 2 years or so, to see how that can move into policy in a meaningful way, with a set of parameters that can tie into the urban agendas of decarbonization, etc. That's one. The other is in terms of the green spaces. I think the connectivity of green spaces are critical for ecological reasons. So the idea of the corridor, the ecological corridor by Foreman, etc. So I wouldn't try to have green spaces isolated, but rather what you do, which is a connection of spaces, of green corridors. And in that sense, I think the same way you have been paying attention to the pedestrian, I think it will be good to think about ecological corridors as well across the either bridges or underpass, to guarantee for the future a series of veins or ravines that might drive some safeguard of ecology for the future of the city that might be replicated in other places. But again, I think that other things have been commented already in terms of mixed use, mixed income, intermodality. It's important, mobility, intermodality. But I think that the piece of data and the density, the numbers of density, etc., might be important addition to what you already. I think it's a makes sense strategy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know how much time we have to continue, but I'd like to echo all of these comments. Both Vec and Ruby, looking at how you can intervene to introduce additional housing within this zone that suits more than just one type of elite or exclusive community. So how can we open it up to a broader system of residents? And I think on that note, my biggest question kind of echoes much of what we've heard earlier, thinking about what other infrastructure beyond just housing needs to be provided in this zone in order for it to really become more usable for the folks who are going to be living here. I do like the idea of building upon the green spaces. It seemed like that was the most exclusive, the exclusive point, the cordoning off and only using the public streets then as the corridors. And so I like the idea of somehow opening up access to more of these green spaces within and thinking, as you know, I think too, through these transportation modes, like are people walking? Are they using cars? Are they using buses or subways? How are they moving around? I would think that I would have liked to have seen some sort of mapping, looking at where the proposed office developments are, and then where these residences are in relationship with each other, so we can really start thinking about what the broader it's a broader micro community of this master plan would be. You know, I think there's also this question of, we haven't quite gotten to yet. I mean, if we're talking about democratizing space, we can also start thinking about, and I think Jesse was kind of mentioning this too, this idea of public protest and civic participation. And so it's not, you know, how can these corridors, these interventions not only provide access for people who live here, but then speak to a broader tourism or even civic community coming to this central node within Delhi, New Delhi. And so what, you know, thinking about how where those zones are that want additional activity to support access for them as well. And so there's kind of two different interventions that I think we could think about here. But you know, both of you all talked about mixed income, mixed use. I think that's great. Thinking about to the kind of formal, if you will, but also informal, thinking about all there's kind of everyday uses that might want to pop up, food carts and whatnot in the city, in this part of the city, to service the visitors and the residents as well. So I think there's kind of a nice spectrum of ideas, but I agree with, in general, that thinking through kind of how it all works together with this overall zone would have been helpful. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I think we may need to jump to the second part of proposals, the urbanization of the railroad corridor and the recovery of the brownfields along the floodplain.
Thank you so much. That was really helpful.
Can you all see my screen? Anyone can just, okay. Hi, I'm Bhumika, and this project is called Re-envisioning Railroad Corridors as New Neighborhoods. So as you've seen before, this is the Rajpath site, and this area highlighted in white is where this project is located. It's actually located in the middle of these two railway tracks. You can see a satellite image of that particular area here. So when we first started working on the project, this vast array of program just seems very random, and it might seem like it's not easy to make sense of. So this index breaks down all of the amenities all of the amenities and programs that are located by the river. And so once you actually look at the list, it is very apparent that everything on one side of the railway towards the east is infrastructure and government land that's not being used as much as it should be. And on the other side are public amenities, schools, housing. And so as you can see clearly, it is apparent that the railway acts as a wall in certain ways, blocking access of these amenities crossing over to the other side and reaching the river. So out of these cultural amenities towards the west on the western side of the railway are these ones. One is Purana Killa, another is the zoo, Sundar Nursery, and Humayun's tomb. So all of these amenities have historic significance, and they attract thousands of visitors every year from all over the country and all over the world. but it is very unique that they're located next to this railway, completely blocking off access of all of that traffic that they attract towards this point. It stops at the railway and it does not move forward. And on the other side of the railway, immediately adjacent, opposite to these amenities, is a park called Millennium Park, which used to be a landfill site, and it was remediated, and now it acts like a levee, and there is a bus depot. So because all of these amenities are public in a certain way, I believe that it was a very good point to make a connection between the western side of the railway tracks and the eastern side of the railway tracks, because these amenities together provide a lot of opportunity to connect people from the city and attract them towards the river. And also the railway, the area of the railway in that specific area was wide enough for it to house significant amount of program. So these are the previous projects from the Yamuna River project, and as you can see, they have the projects exist on both sides of the railway tracks. So making the railway tracks more porous will benefit even the existing Yamuna River projects. So this map shows all the bus stops near the site. And as you can see, there's a lot of bus stops around the railway corridor. So again, it is pretty easy for people to reach this area, but the issue is crossing the railway from one side to another. The site is also surrounded by two highways, these two major highways, and it is another factor that makes it landlocked. This is a previous project, but this is also the location of the Nizamuddin railway station, and there's also another metro station that's actually under construction here. So as you can see, this site is accessible through bus, through cars, and through railways. However, people come to the periphery of the site where they cannot actually cross the railway land. So this project takes the site and proposes that first the railway land, the railway tracks get reclaimed, and so the tracks narrow down, which frees up land for development. So as you can see here, after narrowing down the railways, because of the existing geometry of the railway tracks, it happened to be that there's a long patch of corridor here, and there was more land in the middle. So this project uses the green space as a pedestrian corridor to travel longitudinally through the site, and the red hatch becomes the developed area. So this is the existing green space on the site, and the red hatch shows previous railway land that's narrowed down, and now it's a brown field. So part of the intervention of the site is to remediate that land, because developing in that area is going to affect the amount of vegetation there, and remediating that land will help give some of it back. So the next intervention is to insert these elevated streets that connect the pedestrian corridor over the railway tracks, and they connect it to the other side of the railway track towards Millennium Park, and the other way around as well. And this pedestrian corridor connects to multiple paths that can access the Purana Killa site, the zoo, and Humayun's tomb on the bottom. Although this railway track is longer than this, this drawing shows the phase 1 of it, because everything below this point is too narrow for there to be any housing development there. The next intervention is inserting streets that run through the site. They both enter through one of the major highways, and this railway track here is elevated. So one of the roads enters from below the railway track, and the other one has to be bridged from the other side. The road carries on for about 1 kilometer, and at the end it connects to another back lane that probably has to be widened for this project. The next intervention is inserting mat housing in the main developable area. And this is all of the interventions combined. So as you can see, this project is essentially a combination of these pedestrian walkways and the modules. So for the housing design, I looked at precedents like the Aranya housing project by B.V. Doshi. Another project about that's not actually constructed, but essentially the purpose for using these as precedents is because they both are mat housing projects, but they also think about how to make the housing project more economical, while also providing a variety of typological units that ensure there's opportunity for upward mobility. Another precedent that I looked at was the Walden 7 building by Ricardo Bofel. And this building was an example of a multi-story tower that uses bridges to connect different parts of it. So there's skywalks that connect essentially what would be different buildings. So ultimately, this is the site plan and section. As you can see here, this is the elevated street that runs from Millennium Park to the zoo. And the modules that are adjacent to the elevated street and are connected to it are multi-story buildings. And the mat housing is between the elevated streets. In the section here, you can see how the elevated streets keep running through different levels, and at the end of them, they ramp down to either the pedestrian corridor or, in this case, Millennium Park on this side. This section is cut through one of the buildings, and as you can see here, actually the first 2 floors are commercial and retail space, and then the next 2 floors are office spaces, and then the top floors are for housing. In this instance, you can look at the section and see how the multi-story blocks and the mat housing aggregate together. So for this, a kit of modules was developed for the different mat housing and multi-story buildings, and there's around 6 modules developed. And so they range from a 1-bedroom module that can either be stacked on each other or can have parking on the bottom floor. 2-bedroom modules that can also be stacked on top of each other, but could also be repurposed as a market space below, an informal market space below. 3-bedroom units that are 2-story. Community housing that's available for people who are temporary workers in the city and cannot otherwise afford a place to live. But and the multi-story building, as like I said before, has retail and restaurants and commercial activity on the bottom, offices on the second 2 floors, and then the rest of the floors are residential with 1 and 2 bedroom units. Some of these modules also have public restrooms available for anyone who's passing through the site to use them. And this is just a visualization of what the aggregate modules would look like from the roof. They all have external staircases. So this helps people of different income groups who occupy these spaces because of the different typologies available. This makes them interact with each other. Because there's a clear visual access that everyone has to each other. But at the same time, the windows are shaped this way to ensure privacy, because a lot of these lanes are really narrow. And so the jali concept is used to allow light in above the eye level, but also add interest to the elevation. And this is another elevation of a courtyard. And again, you can see how the smaller mat housing aggregates with the multi-story towers. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Bhumika. I will jump right to it. But before we go any farther, I want to acknowledge the elephant in the room. Iñaki, happy birthday. For those of you that didn't know, it's his birthday. All right. Thank you all for sticking with us to the end, and thank you guys for coming. We have made it to the river, yay! Mine is all about the recovery of brownfields in the floodplain, trying to reduce as much waste as possible. I get the pleasure of looking at the depot. So I'm over here directly along the river. If we zoom in, I'm looking right here. And if we zoom in a little bit farther, this is about what it looks like from an aerial view. If we're looking at the zoning of this and trying to figure out what is this enormous, ridiculously sized depot actually zoned for, it's actually zoned for O right now. That means other, which technically means that it shouldn't have anything built on it, and that makes the depot completely illegal. It has had a mandate to cease operations in 2012 and 2015, but it has not since ceased operations. And we are looking at this master plan for 2021. It is currently in a floodplain, so they're rezoning it as a place where there would be nothing. I'm taking that with a grain of salt and saying we can rezone it to be better than nothing. Trying to get an understanding of how large this thing is, because it is very large, and working on it, you get out of scale incredibly quickly. It was originally designed to house only 300 buses, but that for the 2010 Commonwealth Games, but it grew and now it can hold over 1,000 buses, and it is over 51 acres in size. And that's just the depot and not the surrounding little buffer lands on the top, bottom, and sides. If we want to take a size analogy, it can fit 61 football or soccer fields. It can fit 21 400-meter tracks. It can fit 3 Mercedes-Benz Superdomes, or for those of you from India, it can fit about 2 Purana Kilas. If we look at the floodplain and how it's been invaded by this bus depot, there are several parking structures on site. These structures house the buses, mechanical work is done on the buses there, and it's also used for washing. And this creates environmental concerns that the river is getting the runoff and it is being further polluted, and it's already polluted enough. And this bus depot is in the process of being phased out because, as we've discussed, it is illegal. And then there are tangential concerns for this brownfield site. So we have Millennium Park over here, which, as we mentioned, was built on a landfill and is still not remediated. We have the floodplain situation, like I said, where this whole thing is technically not supposed to have anything built on it. And we've got several farming conditions that are going along the side here that are using and gaining water from the river. And at this point, the river is completely toxic. So if we take a look at it, how toxic is it? Well, it's got 1,300 parts of fecal coliform that was measured in November at the point of this bridge right here, the Nizamuddin Bridge. And if you're wondering how many parts of fecal coliform should be in your water, in the United States, it's 0. So no yucky water here. And it's also above what we would consider safe levels in every respect in this area. And it's also in the floodplain, but when does this actually flood, right? So if we look at it, it will flood, okay, not so much at 204 meters, which is actually the warning level. You hit 204 meters and the whole city is warned that the flood level is starting to occur. It hits 205 meters. Down here, this area starts to flood, 206, almost the whole site, 207 meters, the whole site is flooded. So we've got a decent embankment going on already, but the 100-year floods have been occurring at higher levels a little bit more frequently. So if we take all of that into context and then we zoom out just a little bit more and remember that this is the site that's bordering the river, and the river has become the backdoor to the city, and we need to figure out a way to try and remediate the river. But first, people need to be made aware of what's going on in the river as much as possible. So we've got all of these issues going on over here, and then we've got all these issues barring us here. Well, we've addressed some of the issues all out here. We've addressed the issue right here, and now we're finally at the river. We've also got that heritage corridor going on, which we really want to connect to. So if we take all of this in and then we look at what's existing there, we want to try to figure out a way to remediate the site while at the same time not affecting the environment as much as possible. Because again, this is zoned for O. This is zoned for other. We're not supposed to be doing anything here. So how can we take what's there and then repurpose it? So what are the patterns that we've got? We've got some green medians going on in that bus depot area. We've got some green buffer zones going around at the edge of the site. Right now, there's more greenery facing the street in those buffer zones than there is along the river. And we kind of want to turn that around. We've got some farms going on along the river, some informal housing, and some cow paths going up and down the river. What are we going to use with all of this? So we're going to repurpose all of these patterns. And that's kind of the theme that's come out of all of this. We want to take what's there and we want to figure out how to make it new. So instead of that gradient of green along the street line and less green along the river, we want to reverse that gradient and we want to make it strictly green along the river. Give it a buffer, give it something that's inaccessible so that people can't go and pollute this river, because it is a sacred river and it's partly polluted because people throw sacred objects in there. And then we want to try and make it more urban over here. So for the program gradient, there are several different options that we can have and include. We can include anything that is more of a pedestrian purpose, accessible program over here. And then as we go towards the river, we want to fade out in that not accessibility, the urbanity of it. So we also want to make sure that this site doesn't flood again. And we want to make sure that we can try and remediate the water at the same time. Well, we can't remediate the water from the river as much as we want to. It's too polluted. This little site, as big as it is too little. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna remediate this drain that runs along the top. And we're gonna take that drain and we're gonna snake it through the site along these linear line or these really long lines that are already existing. And we're gonna have to slope that drainage because this depot is flat, slope those drainage channels so that eventually it keeps moving through the site. And then what happens if the river floods and it tries to back up this drain? Well, we're gonna have to figure out how to terrace this drain and slope this drain so that when it starts to flood, it doesn't back up into this drain here. And so once we have those big trenches, we're gonna have to figure out how to clean the water once we send it through it. Well, if we dig up those trenches in the site along those pathway lines, we can take the gravel that we've dug up out of that concrete bus depot, turn it into gravel, and then send the water through it to help remediate it. Doing this in the amount of time that that water percolates in that drain is what will clean that water. So the longer the drain, the more snaky it is, the better and cleaner the water is going to be. In the end, the precedents that I ended up looking at to figure all of this out was I included some sports complexes, but they're really low key, not complexes, just fields really. They're very low key, and looked at the Zaragoza Water Park, courtesy of Iñaki, and then trying to figure out what is the market structure going to look like along that street line. I had a kit of parts that helped me out through the way. And then I also had a kit of parts and section that helped me figure everything out along the way. And this is where I ended. You have a green buffer along the edge here, and you have a green buffer along the edge here. You have market space and second level multi-purpose use space. It can be housing, it can be a clinic, it can be whatever it needs to be, whatever the demand needs it to be. You have these sports courts up here, which includes cricket, tracks, football, everything, because there is no public available recreation space in the entire Rajpath. I mapped that at one point. And then you also have these different pools where the water collects and people can interact with the water. And then you have interstitial farming splices that are filled in between these drains, which is where those green buffers used to be, those green medians used to be. And this is what it might start to look like. If we look, there's the street line, there's that major highway, and then we have that market side condition. This is a potential of what it could look like. And then if we flip to the next one, we have a market or a farming condition. This is a potential of what it could look like. You have the drain, it's accessible for irrigation. And then you have people who can engage in farming, which was already being done. And now we're just moving it farther away from the river, but it's more accessible and more planned. And then we also have what could be those giant retention ponds where people can come and they can interact with the water because it is still a sacred river to them. So this is an axon of what it might look like again during normal conditions. And the hope is when it floods, this green buffer, in addition to the slope that I calculated, is going to prevent it from back flooding into the site while still allowing this water to be remediated at the same time. This is just a summary of everything we've quickly gone over. And thank you guys again for being here today and for listening to us.
Thank you, Danielle. Thank you, Bhumika. We open the floor for questions. Wild questions, comments, critiques, suggestions, harsh critiques, or kind critiques.
Just this is not just a quick question, Danielle. Is that what percentage of the total flow of the river do you think is being mitigated on your site?
You mean what flow of the river is going snaking through my site?
Well, I mean, of the water passing by the site, you're cleaning not all of it, I presume, but some.
No. Yeah. So the drain that's above the site will flow. It's a stormwater drain. So it takes the water from the city, and that's the water that I'm taking and cleaning, because the water from the river is impossible for me to clean in a natural way at this point.
I see.
And right now that drain has a gate on it to keep it from backflowing into the city when monsoon season hits.
Okay, I thought you were mixing the two, and so really what you're doing is offsetting. You're diluting the river with cleaner water.
I'm not actually diluting the river.
Oh.
I keep that water on site in those retention ponds.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't feed back into the river. That was a discussion that I had, trying to decide if I flow it back in or not. It's like a drop of water in a bucket.
Yeah.
And it would do more benefit, we decided, to keep it on site than to put it back in the river.
Okay, that makes great. That was what I was worried about. I must have missed it during your presentation.
It's returned through infiltration.
Okay.
Yeah. Daniel, just one comment. So what I see your project is doing is to create a space, or to repurpose a space as machine for cleaning water, and you take a sample of an easy water from this drain of the city to make the demonstration somehow of the possibilities of public space mixed with clean water, right? As a mirage or ghost of what can be the future if the river was clean again, which will need measure move upstream and measure transformation. But what I see that your project is, or the way I would explain your project, is more of this idea of a recovered public space that makes friend, or is like tied together with healthy water in a way, you know? Whatever is the media, if it's like phytodepuration or a mix of mechanics and phytodepuration, doesn't matter to me much, as it is the fact that you're creating a public space with clean water on the edge of the city. So maybe the important thing is that newness of that reality, and how is that connected to the larger city through public transport as a catalyst for reimagining public spaces in 25 years. So I think that's the promise of this project, I think, in its conception. I think it's very much linked to a new type of public space, or recovered public space. For the project from Bhumika, I believe this, I don't see much. I'm confused about the mud building denomination. I see low rise and high rise on the side. I don't see mud building. Maybe I'm confused, but I understand that mud buildings are floating structures above pilotis, but maybe it's me. In any case, the footprint really looks really well articulated. The density is incredibly high, which means it has the potential to be this sponge of people in a place that is well connected, I guess. So in that sense, I think the base of the project seemed to me to make sense. Perhaps in the way you describe it, it will be nicer to emphasize the intermodal of your project with the points where the bus stops are in relation to the city, the mini island city. So how those spaces of interface between the bus stop and the streets and the plazas, etc., of your complex work, and at which scale they work. So how is that island of cities connected to the city at large through this network of intermodal network? They are already there. It's just a matter of the intensity of design. I see intensity of design inside the unit, and it's really precious and delicate, really well drawn, exquisite. I would like to see the same kind of level of intensity in the outdoor spaces and the intersection between these bus stops and the housing component. And how is that at this ground level looking like? All these plazas and commerce and all of that linked to this public space and linked to the bus will be super amazing at this, with the same level of detail you've done with so much care on the housing complex. Yeah, that. Congratulations to both.
Connecting to what Margarita said, can I go in? I was thinking about the project of Daniel. Well, I really like both of them, and it's great seeing the 4 exercise that we have seen this afternoon in the different places and the different morphologies. I think it's super interesting. But in Daniel's project, I think it's really clear your strategy, how you explain this switching urban and greenery towards the river and taking these lines parallel to the river as the main strategy to make your project. But I would like to see a little more complexity in the perpendicular strategy to these stripes, in order that you were talking on how to promote this green area close to the river. But then it looks to me that the perpendicular strategy to connect the different phases of program is not a link in the same curve, and maybe also with the background. It's a little bit what Margarita was talking about, also about a Bukima project, that the moment of linking the circulation to the reality of other transports is something that I don't know if you have think about it, but maybe something that I'm missing a little bit more.
Maybe can I come in? So I think on Bhumika's project, I mean, I like, you know, the densification dimension. I like the introduction of, you know, what appears to me mixed income housing, and I like the attempt at resolving the connectivity between the two parts of the site. I think, if anything, from a realism perspective, you know, that probably of the 4 projects, the one that does the most to democratize the city, you know, to bring in, you know, a mixed income development in a parcel of land that is realistically easy to claim. I mean, again, if it's in the railway right of way, I mean, probably the railway corporation will need some sort of a compensation for this asset to be acquired from it and devoted for mixed income housing. But whether mixed income housing or affordable housing, I think that's the one that is most likely to happen. Probably the additional dimension that I would have, especially with the development with that type of a density, is to start thinking at the site level of the amenities that are needed. I mean, you're going to be creating housing. I don't know how many housing units are out there, but I think if you give me the density and you know, you put in, or you give me the site area and you multiply by some average density for mixed income housing, that would probably put you a few thousand people maybe inside, if I'm not mistaken. So you need to start factoring in the amenities, you know, whether, you know, there's a school, commercial facilities, etc., that you may want to introduce into the mixity of the design, and then thinking about the connectivity. But I think on the whole, I mean, the architecture I like more, if you will, the I don't know what is the term for it that you were using, mud housing or something, that I like more, lesser so the high rises. But again, I think it's a realistic program from a planning perspective, and the means to do it, I think, are feasible. So Danielle's project, I think, evades me a little bit. I think I'm not sure, you know, how to understand it. There's probably a few nuances that I don't understand, but you're trying to do a measure. So you want to environmentally reclaim a site that has been built illegally into a bus depot. So number one, I don't know what happens to those buses. I mean, it might not be used for 1,000 buses, but there's at least 300. So what happens to them? Do they find themselves another place into the city? Can you incorporate? I would have incorporated them and maybe done something with an air ride. So maybe, you know, put them into an underground on the assumption that this might be feasible, or perhaps cluster them into an area. I would have tried to figure out a solution to those buses, unless they have a solution in the wider macro context of the city. But you can't just displace that and not say something about it. And then I think the second point is you're trying to do a reclamation of the site, but on the one hand, you acknowledge that the river is too polluted, so you block access to it. I mean, you're trying to resolve the flooding problem of the city, of the river and of the beginning of the site, but you're doing a type of, if I understood correctly, a denser vegetation to prevent access to the waterfront so that you don't pollute it again. So you're doing environmental reclamation, but you're turning your back on that site. And then I like the part of doing, if you will, the waterfront treatment, but I have the feeling it's almost, I think the first critic, Margarita, I think, has commented on it as some sort of a mirage, like you're, I think, I really am not sure what to make out of it. I think you're making a statement of what should not be. So I have the feeling there's lots of unnecessary complexity in the design. I think that's the part that like, if it were simpler, if it was, there's too many statements in there. You're trying to clean something, but you're closing access to the river, but you want to connect to the river. So they're just.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I understand your confusion, and I completely understand that feeling about it. The statement, or to the point of the buses, because that bus depot is illegal and they've been trying to phase it out for so long, they have and are in the process of building other depots already that are going to house the buses that are currently here. So that problem is kind of already solved for me. And then to the statement of the trying to put a buffer on the river when I really wanted to connect the people to the river, I totally agree and understand, because that was a conversation that I also had to have of, I felt like I was being a bit of a fraud, where I was saying, this is going to connect people to the river, but really I'm just going to put this giant tree line along the river. And I think that the only response that I can have to that is that there would have to be another phase of development once the river reached a stage where it could be tolerable to visit. Because right now the people should not be visiting it and bathing in it, which is their main activity. And I imagined a bunch of piers at one point. I took them out because I wasn't sure how realistic I was being. So
I think
thank you for the comment.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think the analysis that you've adopted was super methodical. Then you've come out with a kit of parts. You've used every part of the kit of parts, but I think what was lacking in there is a little bit, what is your own vision? Like, you had multiple problems that you tried to solve. You solved all of them, but the parts are not adding up together. You have prime real estate on a waterfront, even if it's polluted, maybe, as I think what you just mentioned, which is to think of a temporal dimension, like, okay, this is until such time that the water gets cleaned, and the pollution problem comes from upstream somewhere in the city, where basically informal settlement are discharging sewage that gets to go downstream. Until such problem, this is a temporary usage of the site, but then as several interventions that clean up this water start getting into place, this becomes one of the most valuable sites out there, and the type of development on it just doesn't work. So I have the feeling, methodically, you've flowed very well from one part to the other, but what happened is, along the way, I think the main vision got lost or crowded, or So if you conceived it as a temporal thing, I think that would help you suddenly say, okay, that becomes a statement about the pollution. It shows the possibilities and the transformation. It gives you temporary uses for that space until such time this whole thing cleans up, and then there may be another idea that could emerge that would be either better aligned from a real estate development perspective or from a public policy perspective, from the various things that you wanted to resolve, would be my view.
Yes, thank you.
Let me pick up on that front on Danielle's project, and I fully agree. You really have to reverse engineer the logic of why those buses were in this place. And, there was some rationalization of why they were here. I imagine it's a sort of throughput phenomenon of bringing people in and bringing people out, right? There's a breathing of inhaling and exhaling. And that the buses are strategically located there to optimize this distribution of people. So I think figuring out that problem will offer some just practical insight on so many levels. I think also there's a dimension here of if Millennium Park is fill and is a trash fill, you probably are going to have some real leaching problems with toxic material leaching on the slope, right? So you would want to manage and mitigate that by some measure. I think there's also another element here, which is that you're running parallel, not the natural instincts, I think in many cases, is to draw the water in at least contemporary design discourse, right? It allows you to slow down things, it humanizes the scale, it draws the connections quite literally. But I think because you're not working, I think it was referenced on the perpendicular, but here you're working almost entirely in parallel. And I think in that regard, it's synthetic, it's a surrogate. And you're very honest with yourself about that buffer and what it serves. And I think what's missing here is not a temple to commerce in a market as you have. I think it's an actual temple. I actually think this is a place, I think this is a anchor for a new temple and a new spiritual site, and that the water itself is a means and mechanism to purify. And in fact, if you look at other temples around here and elsewhere, you'll see that they bring the water in, and that water is a kind of centralizing axis. And I'm not sure the meaning for that. I can't explain that. It's beyond my competency to appreciate or understand. But what I recognize here is that there's a programmatic aspect here that I think is wholly unexplored, and it has a spiritual domain to it, and I think that that's okay. I don't think you need to build housing here. On Bhumika, I think one thing is that I really wish you had drawn in section, both on the east-west axis to understand the gradient, but also a transect on the north-south, because there's the new pink line and the pink line station, and I would have liked to have seen that transect build in a certain intensity leading into the new train line, new metro station on the south axis. And in fact, Millennial Park narrows down into an entire neighborhood that could be one of the richest transportation neighborhoods between the train station and the metro line. I'm not particularly concerned with the buses. And I think if you had really kind of understood the transect leading into this south axis, I think it would have really reinforced a relational aspect to that existing neighborhood. And because I think you just draw the boundaries and somehow stop, and I think you're overlooking what is an enormous public investment in this pink line that isn't fully manifested. And in that regard, you may not want to take the entirety of Millennial Park. You may just want to think of the park as a bridge between different nodes of development that are in service of that south side. But again, the section and the transect, I think, would have helped you do that. So I've said too much.
A section in what direction? Because I think I probably have it. I just haven't put it on the board.
Oh, wow. I was thinking east-west in particular, but the transect going north-south, and particularly leading into the southern terminus of the Pink Line station. In my mind, that was the kind of missed opportunity, because I think it would have offered some, it would have forced you to think about the gradient of programmatic intensity leading into that station. And it would have been, I think, informed by the you can think of this in a couple different ways, but I think it would have really reinforced the relationship to, I think it's Niesbuden, or I'm sure I'm mispronouncing this, the Niesbuden station.
The Nizamuddin station, yes.
Yeah,
so that's part of the phase 2 of the project. The thing is, with this project, there were just so many variables that it got really difficult to tackle everything at once.
Yeah.
So it's definitely, I completely agree with you. And if I have another 3 months to work on it, I'll do all of that.
Yeah. But anyway, I've said too much, but that's, you know, that's the core public investment that in my mind hasn't fully materialized in its contextual development. And I think you have the opportunity here to actually do a lot of what you've put forward, but to use that as a more clear bridge on the north-south axis.
I think that's an important point, and I wanted to pick up on the notion of the section here too, and something Margarita said a few minutes ago about this not being a map project. I think should be careful with that. You were building up certain expectations that aren't met by the project, and that's not to say there's anything wrong with the project. It's just a misalignment of what's said and what's done. But my sense is that you're gathering density in these clumps and clusters, and then letting it fall in density as it moves back away from those areas. But my sense is that you could make something more like a mat and more, I think, successful in bounding the site, which you're proposing to do, if you thought of the edges as opportunities for higher density and elevated buildings like slabs that have bigger views out over a larger territory and aren't so worried about what's happening right in front of them, like these bits of infrastructure. So they're looking over the infrastructure. And then in the middle, you create the kind of garden landscape with smaller scale elements surrounding it that look into the central garden area or parkway or whatever it needs to be, and then let the density be carried by these tall pieces on the outside edge. And that format reminds me of a morphosis project called Carbonchal, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, in Spain. And there is a mat in this area, and then there's a slab that carries the density of the project on the edge. And this is what I typically have called a bounded mat. In other words, not a mat that extends indefinitely into the landscape, but one that has very tight boundaries, often in higher density, taller buildings, that then actually form a frame around the activities of a center. And then that center can have the greener, more open, lower rise landscape that seems desirable, as well as the kind of movement systems that you need to thread through here. And the perimeter looks over the adjacent unpleasantness into the larger landscape surrounding it. So that's, anyway, that's just a kind of take on how this might, in an alternate way, this might work, and actually potentially be or have elements of mat housing within it. As it stands right now, you're kind of clustering the heaviest density around these points of traversing the site, which is, I think, a viable strategy. It's just that it leaves a kind of ambiguity of these edges and middle to be taken up by what seems like an urban grid almost of housing located down below. So that the view that most people have is of a street, as opposed to taking advantage of the adjacent amenities of the zoo and the river, or of Danielle's water park or water zone or sacred water area. And then, since I'm babbling on right now, I'll switch over to Danielle's, if I might, and just suggest that I think you've had great commentary about it. that you're really kind of making a sacred site. And my sense is that even though you're not talking about filtering all the drain water of the city and passing it into the Yamuna to redeem it, you might symbolically be contributing to diluting the poisonous river. And that passing water through your site that comes from the rainfall of the city is purified on your site in a kind of spiritual way as well as literally, and then adding some overflow portion of that back to the river, it might be a kind of gesture at redeeming the river, even if it's not the whole thing. And the moment where that gesture passes, where the water trickles in, even though it's a drop in the bucket, it might be substantially honorific instance along the river's edge, where we say, here's where the cleanup effort starts, and we can kind of see it literally and experience it.
I'm going to jump in just with a couple really quick comments going in just a tiny different direction, but I agree with most of what everyone said about really thinking through, you've taken each site kind of individually, and I'd like to see it break out of its boundaries and really think through how it can connect both through views and transportation beyond just the framework of the site. And I really love the idea of Danielle's Riverfront Park becoming a kind of spiritual destination of sorts. So thinking through how that, again, like connects perpendicularly back to this heritage corridor that sets up the framework for the Lutyens plan. But one of the things that I liked about Danielle's idea was bringing in urban agriculture along the river somehow. And I thought both these sites being so close to the river, that might be an opportunity that Bhumika could have explored as well, especially if that drainage canal kind of floats through the top part of her site, that housing site. And then I think too, thinking of the Aranya project by Doshi, the exterior courtyards and the opportunity to grow your own food within your home was one of the primary motivators for that design. So thinking through how you can incorporate urban ag would be really interesting, even in a small scale on these very dense sites.
I just wanted to add one perspective, especially on Danielle's project, and I think it's a slightly different comment than what has been said so far. In the mid 1970s, the first time people who lived in Delhi heard the term beautification drive, and what it meant was that in the 2-year period where our prime minister at the time declared a state of emergency and suspended constitutional rights, her son took the bulldozers out on the streets and decided that New Delhi needed upgradation. And it was a cosmetic upgradation, which meant that all the slums would be bulldozed and the slum dwellers would be resettled 40, 50, 60 kilometers away from the city without any thought for how they would commute to their places of work, how they would sustain the economy of the city. I think in the time since 1977 when that happened and today, the poor have never actually been able to secure any kind of foothold in the planning of our city. And I mean, I would welcome any inputs and any research or scholarly inputs into when was the capacity of the Indian city to acknowledge and celebrate the plurality of its demography manifest in our city, to the point where presidential visits or heads of state coming to India will often see sheet metal fences put up around various roads. And those are painted with welcome to India and flags of India and United States or UK. But behind those sheet metal fences are the slums. And when that delegation leaves and when the presidential visit is over, the sheet metal is sold as scrap. I think what maybe one way to see Danielle's project is maybe not strictly in terms of the cleansing of the water or the remediation of the drain, but it's saying if we were to posit there needs to be a way to give public space back in the city, non-commercial public space back in the city for the poorest of the poor, the logical place to start that process would be on the banks of the river where they are sequestered in their slum clusters now because the river is so fetid. We also know that when the river remediation projects actually take off, the gentrification follows very quickly after. And so once again, that population will be obliterated. So I actually think that maybe, Danielle, what you need to do, and Bhumika and you can maybe take this as a project that might take up some more of your time as students, is find that balance where the codification and the embedding of the low-income housing on the banks of the river in what is currently unwanted territory becomes, in a way formalized. So it sets a paradigm for future development where this is not something that can be so easily avoided or unquestionably, relegated to real estate interests. I mean, I think there's a reason, and there's a kind of moral imperative to legitimize in the planning the embedding of this population in the heart of this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle, Bhumika. I think we should be wrapping up. Pankaj, is 2 a.m., I think, in India.
Thank you, everybody.
So maybe if you have our guest critics, if you have some wrap-up comments, we would enjoy learning a little bit more about your opinions and your view of the work.
Well, I don't mind just saying really quickly that I'm very impressed by the scope that you all have taken on, the level of detail and analysis, and then followed by a level of specificity in the project developments. It's impressive to me, and linking those two things of developing the specific project to the analytical and assessment acts and the strategizing that precede them, those seem like the way that architects take on big issues and big questions. And I think that's one of the real strengths of the way the studio is set up, but it's also a testament to your ability that you could span that tremendous divide. Normally we think of architects as kind of receiving the brief that already contains the information about what the specifications and goals of the project are. It's truly a challenge to take on establishing the goals, making the brief, and then developing the project all internally. I would liken it much more to thesis work that students do, but even then, it's not as extensive usually in scope, moving all the way from a kind of regional assessment down to a kind of building and spatial proposals. So that's very impressive, that range and scope that you all take on, and the degree of success that you've had with it is really impressive. So much so that we can critically explore alternatives and regard your work as polemical and provocative and charged. Again, that's all really beneficial and terrific. I meant to say to Zach, talking about his project, that the thing I appreciate most about the project, that it's polemical and charged and kind of aggressive in saying, so here's one way we could fix the egregious problems established over time. And even if that's not the most plausible and probable or efficient way of addressing those, it is a kind of insightful way to provoke the conversation. So thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
I mean, Zach definitely got the toughest critique all day. And so polemical is one way to acknowledge the instigation, and I think that all of these projects are points of instigation at different scales, and I think that when you see them collectively or in pairs, they serve a similar purpose, which is that the sort of singularity of purpose, which is defined the morphology of this city, as many cities in the world, is constantly vacillating between scales, and that architecture, the relationship between architecture and infrastructure is just always a game of cat and mouse. It's always going to be one of expansion and contraction and misalignment of the flows of capital and people. And that what you're trying to do is find alignment. And you're trying to find that alignment through the metrics of environmental performance and human decency and all of these other values which you are projecting, but from which people themselves have always self-defined and advanced in their own interest. And in many ways, you become a translator for these values and a translator within a material culture that for all its strengths and weaknesses. And you're doing so in the language of engineering and the language of design and landscape architecture and things that have a very strong impetus for a certain economization and an economization which is hyper-rationalized in advance of an underlying economy, which means that you have haves and have-nots. And then you're in a place in a world from which haves and have-nots are one of the direct measures of daily life. And I think in that sense, you're translating something that is a skill that you can apply no matter where you practice architecture and urban design, right? You learn something in this process that you can translate into your own backyard that has comparable measures and challenges in these terms. So I think that what you've done is quite commendable. And I feel like I know the city, at least this part of the city, so much better. I haven't been there a few times, actually. I feel like I know so much better. And I guess that's all you can ask for, right? That you're communicating these opportunities for the future through your own design work. So congratulations.
Just not to repeat, I totally agree with Scott's really large assessment of the value of that type of work that moves across scales and builds on a certain pedagogy that makes you students suddenly capable of a different way of thinking. And I think that's perhaps the most valuable asset you get out of the studio is a way of thinking across scales and a way of designing in a way. So in order to maybe say something different to what have been said, I will maybe emphasize the fact that when you do a project of this kind, let's say the housing project of Bhumika or the public space of Daniela, or the housing, you get into the form and you get into the drawing and you get into how is that spatially and materially. And then when you zoom out again, you have this product. I think it's interesting to think about how are the ways you will explain that to the different agent or different type of people that exist out there. So because a project is a container of different realities overlapped. And I think thinking about how to explain the project with different languages, let's say the language of the engineer or the language of the citizen or the language of the politician, right? What are the different narratives you have embedded, as Jesse was suggesting, in terms of translator of values? So how is that communicated? In this forum, it's clearly communicated through plans and sections and site plans and diagrams and all of that stuff. But there is also another way of explaining it, which is the narrative of the humanities. And I think being aware of that need, it's good once you finish the project to have allies in different disciplines, explain the project and ask these allies to explain your project in a different way. So that will make you more a more easy asset to digest by reality in the world out there. Yeah, that will be an advice.
Samen?
Yeah, thanks, Iñaki. So, sorry, I missed the first intervention by Scott. So if I repeat something, my apologies. So one of the things I think, when we were, or at least when I was hearing your reviews and, again, for the sake of time, etc., one gets directly into, I wish you had done this, you could have done that, etc. But this glosses over all the work that has gone in there. And I think, these comments are the easier ones to. Sorry, my daughter is just coming here. Maria, give me 1 second. Sorry. I think what I wanted to say is you guys have a very complex city that you're working with, an incredibly complex city. And at the same time, you have a very complex site within a very complex city, which is, probably the most exclusive development within the most exclusive development within a city that's pretty unequal, here, sorry, the most exclusive development within a city. Okay, guys, sorry, 1 second. Yes. Sorry for that. When you have a site of this level of complexity, you're not only bringing the power of design for transformation. Again, I can't project, I haven't seen the site that you guys discussed in the morning, but I would tend to think in a lower income neighborhood, you bring about the power of design for transformation, and you have fewer constraints. Here, you're dealing against the complex political economy. You're dealing against real estate markets and their realities. You're dealing against zoning and the lack thereof. You're dealing with environmental contamination within the site. All these variables make for an incredibly complex problem that you've dealt with. So first, you know, kudos to all of you for the incredible amount of work that has gone in there. And this might not have come across when we spoke about piece by piece. Second, I mean, the analytics that have gone into it, each and every one of you, you know, went through analyzing a problem and solving it very methodically, and again, in a very complex site. So there might be a couple of tweaks to do here and there, but the amount of work that has gone in there, the understanding of existing conditions and having a statement about it, having a statement about how do you do the environmental remediation like Danielle did in a site, you know, to tackle a major complex challenge in the city, which is pollution. And you know, and it's a multifaceted pollution. It's water pollution, there's air pollution, etc. So having a statement about that, having a statement about the exclusive nature of that neighborhood within a city, whether it's Zach and Bhumika, and how do you bring about, you know, mixed use income development so that you start democratizing the city, or having a solution like Ruby of, you know, you have, and I loved Ruby's first analysis where she basically did the negative approach by looking at spaces as, you know, I mean, transforming the built environment and projecting the spaces in there. And it might come across for somebody who sees a map as a very green neighborhood, but at the end of the day, it's a very private place. So it might look like it has a lot of public space, but the reality is it has none thereof because everything is privatized. And that becomes a statement then at trying to work with the limited spaces out there and trying to provide accessible spaces. So I think the four of you set about to solve a very, very complex set of problems, social problems, environmental problems. And while there are some ideas that could help you take it forward, I mean, it speaks really highly to the amount of thinking and analysis that have gone into the process. So with that, really, congratulations to the four of you. And I'm gonna have to go and attend to my daughter here. So thanks to all. Bye.
Thank you very much, Sameh. Take care.
Well, I will only jump in to thank you for inviting me to the review. I have enjoyed a lot seeing both morning and afternoon projects, and even in every session, how different are the approaches for the student. I think the work is amazing, and congratulations for everyone because I have enjoyed a lot. And just so I don't repeat, I wanted also to emphasize in how you are able to draw both architecture and research with other disciplinary data and bring that into the projects. I think it is something really, really good that is made in the studio. And also whenever I think in a studio, you have someone working in housing or in public space, it helps a lot to have people close to you to see the different skills or tools that you have to use. And I think in the studio that you are working together, but having really different exercise, each of you, I think it makes it even more difficult. And it's something that I I think you have done really well to each of you work in the different scales and with the private and with the public and making really great projects. So thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Andrea. That's part of our headache as instructors, 8 different things. Any other wrap-up comment?
I feel like I have a lot of pressure to say something really brilliant, but I also just want to say thank you. Like Andrea, just kind of echoing all of the reviewers here, I've learned a lot about this space and the amazing complexities, and really appreciate the way that the studio has allowed you to think across scales and disciplines. And really, you know, for me, the value in these kinds of studios is really imagining and hypothesizing and asking those questions, what if this space were different? And allowing us to explore that together is really, you know, where I find the most exciting and inspiring work in the school. So I appreciate all your ideas and thoughts, and I appreciate being a part of it. Thank you.
Well, we really appreciate your contributions and, of course, the work of the team. I think we probably need to wrap up and finalize. It has been a long day. Pankaj, anything you want to add from dark?
I just want to thank all of our students. I wish I could have been there in person a few times and actually had some more engagement with you directly. But these are the pandemic times. I really feel like it's a privilege for me to see my own city through your eyes and through the intelligence that each of you have brought and the sensitivity with which each of you have pursued so straightforwardly and so committedly an idea from inception to fruition. And I think that maybe and hopefully in the next 3 or 4 years, Inaki and I will do justice to your visions, and what you have shared with us over the course of the semester and presented today is actually going to be the food that's going to inspire your successors, your next set of peers who are going to pick up the baton from where you've left it off. So I think you should be very proud in knowing that you've posed some big questions and put some big ideas out there that a lot of other students are going to gain a lot from, which is very unusual in a typical architecture curriculum. So I just want to express gratitude. And of course, Inaki, thank you for making me a part of the Tulane community.
Thank you for coming from India to us, Pankaj. That's the merit. So maybe if we can stay 5 minutes. I know the team is exhausted, but will you be able to be up for 5-10 minutes to just discuss 1 second an appointment?
Happy birthday. Have a good birthday. Lots of cake and ice cream.
Congratulations all.
Yeah,
This has been,
congratulations.
I asked for a big gift. Well, for 8 big gifts.
Bye all. Congratulations.
Take care. Congrats.
Okay, thank you.
Margarita, Catherine. Hello, guys. Well, congratulations. You can unmute yourselves. Now you can make noise. Okay, I'm sure you are toasted now. There's not a moment to do anything else but relax. 2 things. One, it probably merits to have a conversation, a collective, and then an individual conversation with each of us, which is with each of you. What about Thursday afternoon? Have you finalized things, or are you still swamped? Thursday 13.
Well, I think grades are due that day, so I don't think anything is that we can turn anything in that day.
No.
So I think Thursday works.
Is this in person or on Zoom?
I would love to do an in-person for what's possible, if you are amenable.
I'm not available in person on the 13th.
Whoever is not in person will be remote, if that works. Yeah, I'll send an email then, and we discuss the details, and then we see how to proceed. The other is we should also do a party. Are you going to be here still some days? The graduating ones, yes, but the non-graduating, when are you leaving?
I'm leaving the 20th.
20th.
Yeah, same.
14th through 19th.
I'm leaving on Wednesday.
Oh wow. Okay, again, I'll do a try to get you over and do something. Anything you want to add? Probably.
Go celebrate your birthday.
Can I quickly add, I sent a link to the box folder with the final presentation. And if everyone can save their PDFs and package their InDesign files and place it there, I would really appreciate that. All your materials, I sent a list, Rhino, InDesign, Photoshop, all the soft files and InDesign files go in that folder.
So we are being streaming in I don't know how to stop the streaming in YouTube. So, okay, guys, send you by email, and we connect in the next days, and go from there. Pankaj, thank you so much. Monisha, you know how to stop the streaming?
It stopped. I just stopped it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Pankaj, anything else to add?
No, just have a wonderful break, and thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Guys, take care.
Thank you.
See ya.
Happy birthday.
Thank you so much.
Happy birthday.
Thank you for the gift.
Happy birthday, Nyaki.
Thank you for the present.